Sip, sip, sip. Hi. Sorry about that. I got caught in a loop of sips. A sip loop. Make that a little taller. Hi, my name's Eric. I'm West Kentucky and the famous city people place. American football fan, father, eater of dinners, thinker of things, haver of wonderful times. I'm currently watching a game that's already over that I don't know the results of or haven't seen yet. Ooh, oh, again, it happened the second time. That is the second time that's happened in this game. The quarterback in this instance was the fumbler, and the ball flew up in the air and was caught by a lineman who ran it forward for a couple of yards. Earlier, it was the running back who was the fumbler, and the same thing happened. In this case, the ball just like fell out of his hands. Weird. It's as though somebody had put a little bit of grease on the ball and went like this and just squirted right out of his hands. Yep. It squirted out of his hand in a fashion reminiscent of Pokemon Squirtle, who obviously does a lot of squirting. In general, if you end up with a woman who squirts, don't nickname her Squirtle. She probably won't like that. Just saying. Hi, Winston's mom. Just in case any of you were thinking of doing that. Can you please stop calling me Squirtle? Just, it seems the obvious nickname for you. It's like, where's all that liquid coming from? Anywho, don't mean to be gross. I'm sorry. I apologize. For some reason, the subject of Squirtle came up. And good evening to all, and to all a good evening. For tonight is Friday. Friday football night. It's the Friday after Christmas. USC is playing against Texas A&M tonight. As I mentioned, I'm watching currently a game that has already ended. But it's been a pretty good game. I've been watching it on DVR, I don't know what happens in it, but it's currently 14-13. It's Vanderbilt versus Georgia Tech. Both of whom are teams that are better than their record. Vanderbilt beat Alabama. Wow, that is interesting gossip, Winston's mom. Typology gossip. Dave's superpowers and the very pretty Mrs. Shannon are not actually a couple anymore. Haven't been for a few years now. I guess they produced a video covering this. Well, that is interesting to know. I don't think it's going to help at all. They're still going to be just as wrong as always. But nevertheless, interesting to know. Hi, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. How's it going? At 7:30 tonight, USC is playing. That's the main game I'm mostly interested in football-wise, but that's not for another 2.5 hours. In the meantime, what are we doing? Well, we're pooing, stewing, and misconstruing. Now, what we are doing is we're going to make some food here in a little bit because I haven't really eaten anything all day. And I feel like I need the calories and the nutrition. So, but first we're going to go have a bit of a cigarillo. We're going to muse, we're going to reflect, we're going to discuss a bit. TFE3264, hello, how are you doing? What a spooky profile picture you have. It looks like some kind of red ghost covered by a black sheet rather than, oh, normal ghost, which is black underneath and white on the outside. You know it's black underneath because the eye holes of a regular ghost are just show black, right? Whereas this ghost that TFE 3264 has, it's kind of like the color negative space of a regular ghost. Limp Dick's Kit says sounds racist. No, it has nothing to do with race. I mean, ghosts may or may not have race. I'm not sure about that. It's more possible for ghosts to have a race than it is for people because ghosts are subject to magical rules. And, various things that might be nonsense in a normal world are fine for ghosts. That includes race. All right, I definitely need to eat some food, so let's make something. It may not be the fanciest dinner in history, but we need to make something. What are we going to make? We could just cook some microwave stuff. All right, I just do a manicotti. We just do a manicotti because I don't feel like waiting a million years for some food or having to do a lot of stuff, Learning to use the microwave. So, what I just did there is something that I've not done before, but that I probably should have done before. Namely, instead of putting in time cook 7:30, then start, I pushed 6 minutes, which is like an auto start, and then add 30 seconds, add 30 seconds, add 30 seconds. It's slightly more efficient. It's taken me almost 3 years of living here to learn to use the microwave. Do ghosts wear magic underwear? I don't think ghosts wear underwear because I don't think ghosts have to pee. There's no reason to wear underwear if you don't have to go to the bathroom. Just free ball it. Or as sometimes they say, you just go commando. Commando, because commandos in the army, I guess, don't wear underwear, presumably. I wonder why commandos don't wear underwear. Do they have something against underwear? Anyway, yeah, ghosts don't wear underwear. The whole shape of a ghost, their whole deal is they're kind of wearing like outer pajamas. Not that pajamas are normally inner, but what I mean is composed as opposed to underwear, right? It's like their underwear is their outerwear because it's kind of like pajamas. And hopefully that's clear to everybody. You're definitely a ghost? Huh. If people are fighting in a jungle, they can get crotch rot from their underwear, so commandos go commando. Oh. I mean, wouldn't that only be true if they were wearing briefs? Like, you're gonna get crotch rot from boxers? I don't think so. It's like, just because you're fighting in the jungle doesn't mean you are pouring water down your pants all the time. Even if I were in the jungle fighting, I would avoid getting water in my pants. Everyone's like, down, down, down. I'm not getting down in that water. That's gross water. And also, like Limp Dick's Kit says, I don't want to chafe. There's chafing possibilities here if I were to get into that water. And I've already got dirt in my shoe. I've been complaining about it for the last 15, 20 minutes and nobody seems to care. Get down, private! Listen, there's nothing private at all about you yelling at me in front of everybody. Oh, that's a flag. Oh my God. I have not seen so ridiculous a play on a kick in a while. I gotta show you this. This is ridiculous. Good old Barry. I'm very familiar with him. Isn't he friends with Anita Dick and me? Let me show you this ridiculous play. I gotta show this. Barry McCockiner, please meet Anita Dick and me. I think you two will get along well. So watch this. Watch this ridiculous punt here. This is insane. Good evening, simple girl. The guy's standing there, whoop-a-doo-pa-doo, whoop-a-doo, whoop-a-doo. And then the ball lands like 2 seconds later. You can't do that. He was fair catching. Even if he wasn't fair catching, you can't hit him before the ball gets there. That's ridiculous. They get the other house finished? No, I mean, I didn't do anything on it. Yesterday, we took Rachel to the doctor, and she got antibiotics, and then I came home, I slept. I've been sleeping a lot since then. I got up. Basically, I've been more or less sleeping since then with some chunks of TV time in between sleepings. But I feel pretty well rested coming into this evening where we have the USC football game, the most important football game of bowl season, of course. Oh yeah, I got a lot done. I got a lot done. No, I'm not watching the toilet bowl game. I had the Berghoff. I might point out the Berghoff is that in general, you'd probably encounter less pushback from the world if you weren't overtly identifying with the Nazis. Just an observation. I don't know. Call me kooky, call my intuition running wild if you wish, but that's just a thought of mine. She says, I don't know if she's feeling better or not yet, but she's like, she should probably take her next pill. Or she should take one every 12 hours. I don't remember when she took her last one. She's setting alarms to remind herself. Mr. Palad. No, I'm watching I'm about to watch the Syracuse Washington State game, but I guess I'll watch the the Berghoff. You know what? I don't really think you do want a better world, and even if you do, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Doesn't matter what you want; it matters whether or not you attain things the right way. Oh, Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart needs to get canceled. That motherfucker. He deserves a good swift kick in the butt. Probably a little jail time while we're at it. Anybody that's involved in all that horrible Diddy shit, celebrity debauchery, exploitation, abuse, etc. And, SA and so forth. Well, they should all rot in jail, as far as I'm concerned. I want to see them all rotting in jail. I want to go visit them in jail and taunt them. There, that's what you get, you motherfuckers. I hope you enjoy jail. I hope you stay here forever. Piece of shit celebrity motherfuckers. Header? No, I've never heard of that NBF. Have you ever heard of that? And if so, what have you heard about it? Anyway, one way or another, all those Diddy scumbags need to go down. Ashton Kutcher, he belongs in jail. Jennifer Lopez, she belongs in jail. Go to jail, you fucktards. That's what I would say to them about that. Alright, so we're going to eat this food. I have to pee in a second. I'm just going to eat this standing up for the moment. And then we're going to put on the Washington State Syracuse game. I'm a little more interested in that one than most because Washington State represents the remnants of the tattered Pac-12. A league, a conference that I spent my whole life being a fan of. Back when they were Pac-10, then Pac-12. USC was always a member of them. I think it was appropriate and in some sense good that my dad died before USC played in the Big Ten. It's like because he was much more attached to being habituated to thing. He always still exists, yeah. So owls ate hunters, right? Eric, what hunts down owl for its prey? I don't know, maybe a chicken hawk? But where is this idea that owls ate hunters come from? I'm pretty sure that owls never ate hunters. Well, I think Washington State won the conference. But the thing is, they're rebuilding the conference. So next year, Boise State and a bunch of other Mountain West teams are going to be in the Pac-12. And probably what happened to the Pac-12 is going to happen to the Mountain West. Is that what it's called? Mountain West? Yeah, I think so. They changed the names of it periodically. It used to be called the WAC, the Western Athletic Conference. Or, there used to be an equivalent conference. There used to be a conference with approximately the same teams in it called the Western Athletic Conference. Wow, that guy got leveled. He just got hammered by that big ass, I don't know, defensive lineman maybe? He got hammered. It's a good hit. But the guy didn't expect it at all. He was just going out of bounds. He thought oh, I'm going to go out of bounds here. He wasn't out of bounds yet. No, owls are hunters. What hunts down owls for its food? Oh. Alligators. Alligators and crocodiles, obviously. Elephants. Giraffes. Giraffes can reach right up into the tree and eat the owl. Let's see. Squirrels. Squirrels eat owls. And bears, wolves, your normal things that eat owls. Owl eaters, Have you ever eaten an owl before? Mwah. Tastes like wisdom. I wonder if birds of prey taste substantially different than regular birds, like birds of seed, birds that eat nuts and berries and shit. If they taste a lot different than birds that eat meat. People don't usually eat, like, say, an eagle. Foxes and prowling cats, such as bobcats, have been known to take advantage of an unguarded nest to consume owlets. Huh. Well, probably also snakes. Yeah, snakes will go into your nest and eat your babies or your eggs. But I think the biggest threat is obviously alligators. Like I said, not because it's easy for alligators to eat owls. That's not why they eat so many owls. It's because it is hard. And alligators, you know, they believe in getting themselves out of their comfort zone. All right, here we go. We've got a football game. Washington State. I'm definitely rooting for Washington State to defeat Syracuse. ACC. More like, meh. I really told Syracuse and the ACC. The whole ACC can suck it. How is Cal in the Atlantic Coast Conference? Explain that to me, right? Yeah, because Cal, obviously, for those of you who don't know your geography, is actually on the Pacific coast. So, how in the world are they going to join the Atlantic Coast Conference? What do they think? We're stupid? They think we're not going to notice that they're not on the right coast? Yeah, alligators are tough. Oh, Link 1111. You underestimate alligators so much. Maybe that's why alligators feel like they have so much to prove. Maybe that's why they're the number one consumer of owls. When an alligator hears an owl in the forest say, whoo, the alligator says, me, motherfucker, and jumps up into the tree, seizing the alligator in its mighty jaws, seizing the owl in its mighty jaws, and bringing its delicious meat back to its baby alligators. I didn't hide him, I just removed the message. As long as he doesn't say Nazi as shit, then I'll let him. I'm not into I'm not into just hiding people who are provocative, right? What you find here is a genuinely sane place where bullshit is like groupist bullshit is obviously not tolerated at all. But we're also, you are not going to be condemned as a person for being stupid in some specific way because everybody's stupid in lots of ways. Darko said he is surprised that I haven't removed you. That's all. I view this comment as being complimentary in that it's like most people would not even be tolerant of somebody who's wrong in particularly unpopular ways. I have my limits, obviously, but as long as they aren't expressing this offensive wrongness directly and specifically, then I think then it has to be kind of like kind of have to be relentless in it for me to hide them and or incredibly incredibly boring about it, I guess. Let's go, Wazoo. You know that I am rooting for you. Come on. Let's go, Wazoo. You know that I am rooting for you. Oh, come on. I think you're probably not even. Are you really not a native English speaker? Your English seems fine to me. Seems perfectly fine to me. Anyway, the point is, I have a great deal of skepticism about you and anything you say. But that doesn't mean I want to hide you. People leave me no choice sometimes but to hide them, but otherwise, I'd rather engage with people in a way that's more interesting than just hiding them. You need to bump up your troll game. What that means. Nobody's believing your bullshit, Berghoff. So just knock it off. It's like you clearly want to provoke certain kinds of responses. You're not going to get those kind of responses here to the extent that you are, you know, getting too expressly stupid in specific ways. Then I'll remove those comments, maybe eventually hide you. But what I provide for you is the opportunity to actually be a normal human being and engage with somebody who's worth engaging with. I get it. You're around YouTube, and I'm sure there are plenty of idiots who are just eager to get puffed up in outrage at your provocations. But I am not one such person. So, you know, you better check yourself before you riggedy wreck yourself. First say about that. You know, it means life is suffering. Let us all commune with one another. And fellowship, that's what they call it. And solidarity and fellowship over our shared human condition. Savage 101. I'll tell you what. What we're going to do, I want you to sit down with me and follow my lead here. We're going to sit down and we're going to pull a couple of motivating bong rips, okay? You obviously can't expect to do schoolwork until you motivate yourself with some performance enhancing marijuana. Oh, you dropped it, Syracuse. You dropped that ball like Cropped It Call. Cropped It Call was the guy who's famous for dropping balls all the time. Well, I feel better having eaten some food. I haven't eaten like a full array of food yet, but I ate some food. DDS Mike says, we may be friends at this point, brother. What up, man? Not a whole hell of a lot. Took 20 plus years to get that out of my system. What, Riley? All right, right. We're gonna pull bong rips for Savage 101 who needs to be motivated. So he's gonna sit down. He's gonna pack a bowl. I'm packing a bowl. We're gonna pull a bong rip together, and then he'll be motivated to do his schoolwork. Racism. Oh. Or Adderall. What about the Adderall, Lively Cuts? Are you trying to take some of my Adderall? No, I need it. I need it for my disease that I have that it treats. Those electricity hostage holders holding your electricity hostage, are they? You know, for those of you who don't know this, I'm going to let you in on some important information. My daughter is herself 1/4 Mexican. That's right. Her maternal grandmother is from Michoacan, and she is full-blown Mexican from Mexico. Even to this day, she doesn't speak. She speaks English with a very accented kind of pigeonish English. Abuelita, we call her, you know. So yeah, my own daughter is a whole 25% of her is hecho in Mexico. What? Yep, it's true. Mexicano Cuatro? Yeah, she's not the fourth Mexican. No. She is uno de cuatro mexicana de Michoacán, un pueblo hay demasiados chupacabras. So good job, Washington State, moving the ball. Moving the ball in the world today takes everything you got. Sure would, sure would help a lot. Washington State has got the ball. Good job, Washington State. Wazoo's moving the ball nicely. Their offense is looking sprightly. You know, looking like it's infused with youthful energy. Perhaps they had a pregame meal of babies. Just for the record, in case any of you are unduly influenced by YouTubers, do not eat any babies. Babies are not food. They're family, not food. Remember that. Este mean un cuantos bien. I don't know what that means, but I do know this. People sure eat them babies. People love eating babies. Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is, deliciousness aside, won't somebody please think of the children? Washington State throwing the ball deep, nice pass, wow, down to the 5-yard line. Wazoo is just marched right down the field with alacrity and authority, you know. Police think they have the authority to kill a minority. Fuck that shit, cause I ain't the one to be beaten on and thrown in the cell. We can go toe to toe in the middle of the jail. Just because I'm from the CPT, punk police are afraid of me. Unsurprisingly, they're terrified of me. They say, "Oh no, it's Eric." I'm like, what's the matter, police officers? We're scared of you. You're from the CPT. It's fine. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just here to, contribute to your Toys for Tots campaign. Washington State touchdown. The Hulk says that's not how time travel works. Fuck the police coming straight from the underground. Young nigga got it bad cause I'm brown. Fucking with me cause I'm a teenager with a little bit of gold and a pager. I'm not selling narcotics, okay? There's no reason for you to harass me, officer. Yeah, I got a little bit of gold. Yeah, I got a pager, of course. Who doesn't have a pager? But that doesn't mean I'm driving around with products. It doesn't mean I'm selling narcotics just because I'm a minority, okay? I'm rapper in the shade of pale, eating carrots like a pirate so pale. Afraid of the sun because sadness fills the pain. Sadness fills the pain? That doesn't make any sense at all. Sadness is a form of emotional pain. It doesn't fill anything, you know? Yeah, not making any sense. I tell you what, like, I'll tell you this. If you want to experience life as I experience it, life from the streets, then you remember the following. 6 in the morning, police at my door. Because that's how it is around here. Bang, 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 bang. Get out here! We're the police! And we're gonna beat you up! I say, no, can you get out of here, you police? I didn't do anything. I don't deserve your abuse, your discrimination. No, police officers, no. That don't make no sense. Yeah. They see me rolling, they hating, patrolling and trying to catch me riding dirty. I mean, no, the Berghoff. Not true. I'm from Los Angeles. It's not a problem with Mexicans. It's like people think that it's Mexicans are bad in some way. They just have not spent any time around actual Mexicans. Mexicans are the ones who work harder for less and remain in good cheer nevertheless. That's my experience with them. You know. Mexico has very kind of SIFE culture. A lot of spending time with family and eating and drinking and stuff like that. Hitting piñatas, obviously huge in Mexico. But it's so insane to think that like those people are too brown. You can't let them in here. They're so brown though. I don't know what kind of stupid you gotta be to worry about that. Granted, I'm not saying that we should have a completely porous border or anything. It's just if we want to control the borders, that's fine. But most of the most of the energy behind controlling the borders is just idiots making a boogeyman out of Mexicans. Idiots are prone to terror over the slightest thing. Idiots will be like, oh, we gotta lock everybody in their houses because of COVID. They're terrified, right? Idiots will be like, oh, those brown people are coming near me. We gotta run away. Idiots will be like, oh no, women in the workplace? I'm scared. My penis all shriveling up. Like, idiots are like cops who shoot a chihuahua. Yeah, I feel scared for my life, and a chihuahua come after me. I didn't know what was going to happen. No. Obviously, we don't listen to idiots who are scared because some brown people are coming near them. As somebody who's fluidly transracial myself, sometimes I get dark skin. As dark as the darkest black hole in the deepest, darkest depths of space, with not a single star nearby. That's how dark. And sometimes I glow with the bright yellow hue of the most tawny skinned Asian. Sometimes I'm as white as an albino Scandinavian. Other times I'm as red as the deep red of America's Indian. Still other times I'm blue like the fabled people of Antarctica. And yet other times I'm as green as the Vietnamese, blending in seamlessly with the foliage. I am all things, all people, all races, all genders, all ages. I am Eric. Welcome to America. So keep all that in mind before you start talking shit about any particular group, that I am that group, have been that group, and will be that group again. Okay. If you're supposedly from Germany or whatever, why don't you go tell some people in the German forum about that? You don't know shit about my country according to your own self-description, so shut the fuck up. All you care about is provoking with your insanely ill-advised Nazi garbage. I was like, hey, everybody, I got this invitation to join this group. They're called the Nazis. You think we should join them? Like, no, dumbass. Oh, you didn't have history? Nazis are the bad guys. That's what we had to firebomb Dresden. I mean, sure. He was getting a little tired. It's like, pretty played out at that point. Okay, we get it. You're old. You're old town with a bunch of like buildings and stuff. How about we start this whole thing over? Like, who here remembers the pre-firebombing Tokyo? Anybody? Yeah, not many of us left who were there eating teriyaki in the streets of Tokyo prior to World War II. It was a very flammable place. I could tell even then. I was like, man, this place is very flammable. I bet just hypothetically, this was well before World War II. Hypothetically, if one were to go to war with this country and one were to, I don't know, somehow get fiery things to fall out of the sky onto the city, they would just burn and burn and burn. Anyway, later on, FDR contacted me and said, Eric, I want to invite you to work here with us at the War Department, which it was called back then, to figure out how to defeat those pesky Japanese. So anyway, on my advice, you could say on my orders, FDR was pretty differential. we proceeded to firebomb almost all the major cities in Japan. Oh, sure, some might call it a war crime, directing that much awesome firepower at almost exclusively civilian populations. But in my mind, it's like, listen, Japanese people, go kill the emperor or something. You don't want to be bombed. I don't know why we didn't just kill the emperor right away. Was he that hard to find? It's like somehow, Mussolini gets dragged through the streets and beaten to death as he becomes a macabre, real world effigy of himself. Hitler, they're not quite sure what happened with him, but reportedly killed himself. Meanwhile, Hirohito, it gets to keep his job as emperor and go around the country and say, I told you guys we shouldn't have had that war. No more war from now on, okay, Japan? I never approved of that in the first place. That was a terrible idea. Really, he should have been drawn and quartered before his entire population and, his whole house and all of his family just burned to the ground. And the Japanese people should have done that themselves, obviously. They're the ones being subjected to this insane war of Japanese aggression, imperialism, etc., run amok. And the idea that it was better to all die fighting this insane war of aggression and, eventually defending against those we aggressed against than it is for us to lose this. It's like, no, you idiots. Aren't any of you people going like, hey, you know what? Maybe this emperor is not such a great guy. Maybe it's not such an honor to die for the emperor. Maybe instead, we need to go chop his head off. All the French Revolution, Maybe we need to apply the Japanese touch to the guillotine. I'm sure it would be extremely sharp and effective. I guess I will tell my Native American grandparents they don't matter. I do make it. You know what? Tokyo wasn't nuked. Most of the cities in Japan were firebombed, but not nuked. There's a cop out, don't live in the past if you bring another country was stolen. I mean, I don't think I do a cop out, don't live in the past. I just think, at the end of the day, the modern world, everybody benefits from having a fair system, which allows individuals to prosper from their industry, own property, assume that they're not going to be subjected to violence, and the normal things that come along with codified law and civilization. Everybody benefits from that. Native Americans, colonizing Americans, whatever. It does suck that during the sort of adolescence of humanity that people were fucking horrible, like you could also just point out the fact that colonizing peoples basically caused all the large fauna to go extinct by just hunting them relentlessly for no reason. It's all horrific, it's all absolutely fucking horrific. It's not like the Native American cultures that were here prior to the colonizers living their lives, were living some kind of idyllic existence. All you got to do is look across the American Southwest at these caves that people lived in. They're perched way high up on cliff edges because the competition for resources was so fierce that it was just an endless state of anarchic warfare, basically. I mean, that wasn't better, you know? It wasn't better. So if violence and barbarity is going to win the day, let it at least come alongside civilization and codified law, rule of law, and facilitates the facilitation of individuals being able to live and compete and cooperate and economically exist in a situation where they don't have to worry about getting robbed, murdered, etc. By and large, you know. And it's not like I'm trying to make simply an appeal to impacts here, because yeah, it's true that if you wanted to measure on balance the impacts positive versus the impacts negative, the impacts positive would outweigh. But that's not why I'm making the argument that I'm making. It's not because positive impacts are better. It's because our status quo better protects individual rights than any any alternative does, and accordingly, um, ought to be preferred as a system, because that justice is ultimately the value we have to uphold, and that's the system that best upholds value, the justice, compared against alternatives. It's like I also don't think slavery was good, but you know, I'm a patriot and an optimist in some sense. So I think that America ought to manifest the best of America, which is principled individualism, and that historical realities that fail to uphold that value are things we ought to acknowledge, be ashamed of, what have you, but underneath the frame that it was America failing to uphold its own values that resulted in myriad things that appall the conscience. And one of the things that I've complained about many times in the past and said is one of the darkest points of American history is Andrew Jackson ignoring the Supreme Court's ruling and causing the Trail of Tears. But why is it so appalling? Is it so appalling because those people's rights were violated? Sure. It's so appalling most of all because it represents a collapse our of the necessary mutual respect for a free and civil society. Namely, the president needs to respect the Supreme Court's ruling. The president can't just say, well, because I'm the commander in chief and the army's going to do what I tell them to do, I have no checks and balances. That's why I compared Trump to Andrew Jackson. And that's not a positive comparison. So the thing is, here, Lamb, I think you're truly and deeply misrepresenting my position on things, Because they're a Nazi, I guess, Goblin. I don't know. As I've explained before, I don't typically ban people for, being stupid in this way or that. If he were, I'm trying to read these things, so I got too much whitey in me. They don't know the history of the country, just facts. By the way, you can get mad if you want to deny and rewrite history their own way to keep venting the slimy. I'll be mad at the hypocrisy all day. Anytime it's brought up anyway. Like I said, I don't sit around thinking about it. Well, like I said, I think you consistently and profoundly misrepresent my position on things, because just because I don't put up with bullshit that feels comfortable to you, that familiar and pleasant, doesn't mean I'm opposed what's familiar, comfortable, and pleasant to you. It means I don't put up with the bullshit from any side. So that includes your side. I'm not defending people, Hero Lamb, right? I'm not defending people, nor am I defending crimes against other people or the natural world or anything else. I'm just pointing out that in the end, we can all acknowledge that we're all better off with, you know, electricity and all the various many things of civilization that come along with codified law. Hi, Lexi puppy. Well, if you're going to compare Mia Mia for, if you want to compare his tariffs to some other president's tariff plans or something, that might be a good comparison. But the reality is, if you want to compare his style of presidency to another president, you'd compare it to Andrew Jackson, who was an equivalent kind of populist who had little or to no regard for the habits and institutions of democracy, etc. So I think that's the best comparison between. Just like Trump did away with all the dignity of like press conferences and stuff like that, and replaced it with Twitter. So to Andrew Jackson have like this, have a massive drunken party with a bunch of lowlifes who tore up the White House. It's like same guy, basically. Different era, same guy. I think it's important we not get too caught up in the specific policies of Trump's, because the good news with Trump is he's not trying to do things legislatively. And the things he's trying to do don't have any long-term kind of systemic impact. What we want to worry about are things like him assassinating that Iranian general on Iraqi soil without the permission of without permission of Iraq, and also without the permission to use force by Congress. That kind of autocratic ignoring of systemic checks and balances is a much, much greater concern than things like his tariff policies, which will be, implemented maybe depending, and will be regardless, will be like will have no lasting impact in terms of setting precedent for things that are not okay. That's what you got to worry about. You got to worry about precedent setting. Okay. So, and it's also the case that while the idea of deporting a bunch of Mexicans is horrifying, right? It's also not setting precedent it's not setting precedent for behavior that undermines the core engine of a free and civil society in the way that, like, say, Andrew Jackson's Trail of Tears business did. So I'm somewhat worried about Trump, but I also recognize that the pushback against kind of the anti-intuition, pro-bureaucracy brigade is a good thing. The problem with government, a lot of times, is that it's filled with people like Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris. Hillary Clinton didn't think about things outside of the immediate frame of reference. So for her, government was the carryings on of all these various bureaucracies and people who worked for government that she encountered in various ways, doing various things. And it was all critically important because, after all, it was her experience. That's what she was in the midst of all the time. And she had no intuition with which to evaluate things on a larger basis. Kamala Harris is even a more destructive version of no intuition, right? A prosecutor, purportedly, working on behalf of criminal justice, but instead almost exclusively perpetrating injustice in the execution of her job, while concurrently advocating in favor of tax hikes, not because she could articulate a specific thing the government needed to use the money to help with in some fashion, but instead because it was just, she viewed it as inherently good to raise taxes. That kind of insanity, at least Trump's pushing back against that kind of insanity. And that's not a bad thing, It's an unfortunate reality that it's easy to normalize all kinds of crazy nonsense when you remove market forces from something. So the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act guaranteed the right for every student to get a regular education, to be taught age-appropriate things. And so you end up with this ridiculous, disgusting farce of a system where I'm a teacher working with, say, a population of 18 to 21-year-olds because they're retarded, they get to stay till they're 21. And I'm supposed to be teaching them a modified curriculum of their age-appropriate curriculum, namely like Shakespeare or something, and at least go through a farcical motion of pretending, like a pantomime of that. When really what I'm teaching them is not anything at all. It's just purely custodial. It's like they shouldn't be in school. If they're going to get custodial care, it shouldn't be by a school. I'm feeding them, changing their diapers, things like that. There's no education happening. There's no education that can happen. They're profoundly retarded, mostly non-ambulatory, cannot speak. But the government mandated that they have the right to the same public education as everybody else. No separate but equal. Well, the thing is, retarded people genuinely are separate. Like, the reason you can't educate everybody the same is the same reason why you can't make sure that everybody participates in a discus throw regardless of whether they have arms, right? There's an actual disability that prevents them from engaging in the thing that you're legally requiring them to engage in. If you're so retarded that you have to wear a diaper, you're in a wheelchair and or in some other big chair thing that you sit in, comfortable chair thing you sit in because your body's all contorted up and your IQ is like 25 or 30 or something, or 50 or who knows, you're in the profoundly retarded range. Then why in the world are we trying to give you an age-appropriate education or something? You're being filmed right now, by the way, Rachel.
I know, right?
It's the same thing as if we're trying to make people with no arms compete in the discus throw. They deserve to have the same PE as everybody else, but they don't have any arms. Well, we just need to find a way to modify the existing curriculum so they can do pull-ups too. You can't do pull-ups unless you have arms. Well, we're just going to have to make it work. No, you don't mean make it work. You mean put on a show of bullshit for no reason except because you like those words you just said. So we need to remember that in all instances, really, in whatever the sector, when you remove market forces from something, it comes with some consequences. Now, that doesn't mean the government shouldn't be involved in any sector. In my opinion, the government should never try to subcontract out, say, criminal justice, be it courts or prisons. There should be no private prison. The state ought never try to subcontract out law enforcement, nor should it try to subcontract out infrastructure. It's not okay, for example, for the government to say, well, we're not going to make a road connecting Mia and Mia. Instead, we're going to let private company X make a toll road there, and now everybody has to pay to travel on that road every time they travel between Mia and Mia. Because our tax dollars are paying for specific things, right? The government is there to provide a usable public space for everybody. That includes infrastructure, dealing with things like parking, parks, other publicly usable facilities like libraries. And accordingly, it's not okay for the government to say, I know you were here for the purpose of providing emergency services, infrastructure, defense, and like essentially zoning stuff. But we're going to neglect all of our primary responsibilities because we want to spend money on this program where we train young people to become boat captains. And we don't have any money to spend on roads anymore. So we're going to subcontract that out to a private company, and then they'll control your fate on that road. No, not okay, right? That's not okay. So what we need to do is remember a couple of things. We need to hold government accountable to doing what it's supposed to do with a reasonable amount of funding. And we need to hold government accountable to not doing what it's not supposed to do and not permitting them to have additional funding that they can just spend at their discretion on whatever, right? The government is not supposed to be spending money on whatever. It's supposed to be spending money on specific things to the exclusion of other things. It almost feels like Kamala Harris in particular was some kind of psyop conducted by Trump. Kamala Harris, if that represents like the vision of the Democrats or the vision of the left at all, whatever you want to call it, then, I mean, the thing is, I absolutely despised Trump. I still do, until I encounter Kamala Harris, which made me be like, well, this is the alternative. I guess Trump's actually good. I thought at least the Democrats' idiocy was one that made more of an effort at sounding reasonable and engaging in reasonable ways in some sense. But if that's the intuition of that side of the aisle, we've got serious problems. There's no sane world in which a politician gets any traction. Anybody would vote for a politician who wants to raise taxes not because They need money to spend on something, but because they think higher taxes is good. That's just, it's like you have to have incurred some kind of serious head injury to think that. It's insane, right? In no sane world has have we gotten so far from core principles and such that we've mistaken the referees for the players and the game for just a bunch of fouls called and free throws, you know? It's horrific. It's like it kind of represents a failure of civics class, right? Civics class needs to not just be about government, like the three branches of government, stuff like that. It needs to be about the paradigms that America is an individualist society for good cause and good reason, and that you will hear many people representing many groups and various ideologies try to advocate against individualism in many different ways. One of those ways is, in fact, saying raise taxes. Well, I'm just saying, nothing could have been more efficient in making me feel more positive about Trump than Kamala Harris. Nothing Trump could possibly have said or done, or even get almost shot or whatever, had any impact on my position on him at all. But once I saw the alternative, the just rabid insanity and disregard for honesty, sensibility, etc., that Kamala Harris represented, I thought, well, I mean, I felt genuinely relieved when Trump won the election. I never thought I experienced that. Like, I never thought I could conceive of feeling relieved when Trump won. Trump's horrible. You know what? I'm not going to wash my hands, so just suck it. Here, Lamb, you're right. So stingy. That's fine. I'm stingy like that too sometimes. I mean, I don't think the two-party system, I don't think it's, people like to say, oh, doesn't matter which party you get. It's the same bullshit. It's like, it's like that Simpsons episode where they went to the Duff Company and it had one tube of a beer coming like this way and it split into three tubes. One said Duff Ice, Duff, and then Duff Light or something. They were all just the same thing in different packaging. People like to think that the two-party system is like that as well. It definitely is not, right? There is a very real difference between the Republicans kind of stupid and the Democrats kind of stupid. They both consistently represent a kind of entrenched stupidity that's, I guess, endemic to partisanship. Namely, they're as much about the other bad guy, the other guys are bad as they're about their own good ideas. What I would say is, however, that there are real differences. You won't hear Republicans advocating in favor of raising taxes. You won't hear Democrats advocating you won't hear Democrats advocating deport all the Mexicans. So the thing is, there are real differences. Where those differences begin to fall apart is on foreign policy stuff, like whether or not you side with Ukraine has somehow become politicized, like, the left or the right side. I don't even remember which side supposedly sides with whom. And same thing with like Taiwan or Israel, Palestine. It's like people think that those things are partisan issues. They're not partisan issues, but the habit of partisanship is so ingrained in American politics that there's not any issue almost that people can broadly agree on, and anything that can be disagreed upon, people will construct narratives to disagree upon it. And then of course there's this horrible like person focus. So Hunter Biden did whatever. Who the fuck cares? It's not like Hunter Biden was doing Diddy shit, right? He was just doing drugs, trying to make some money and some things or whatever. Who fucking cares? Why are we so worried about getting them? It's like there's not even it had nothing to do with the national politics. Or then the clearly politically motivated prosecution of Trump for some disclosure violation that no ordinary citizen would ever be prosecuted for. It's just, you fucking tards. Can we just, do you not get that even if you get the bad guy that you hate so much, you will just find the next bad guy to hate so much? You're doing politics wrong. You need to stop it. You need to stop thinking about politics, being involved in politics at all. Just leave it up to the disinterested people like me. So, one of the biggest problems we have is just this whole, like, I'm so mad at this guy. You'll see Putty Cat come around here and still talk shit about Biden. Like, Biden makes me so mad. Like, who can be made mad by Biden? He might be disappointed in the country for choosing him, and when he clearly has dementia or whatever. But he's not an ideologue. He never was an ideologue. There's nothing to get outraged by except just the low bar. So it's a bar. The fact that the bar is so outrageously low that dementia Joe Biden was genuinely the best choice at the time. He had the benefit of being able to hide his dementia behind COVID stuff, but he didn't have to campaign as much as he otherwise would have. But still, like, talk about an unmemorable presidency that will not go down in history as significant in any way. Joe Biden's presidency was not significant in any way historically. It was not radical in any way. He did more or less nothing the whole time, which is fine by me, But to somehow still be able to be outraged by Biden, even though the only appropriate emotion would be disappointment, head shaking, maybe some mild disagreement, but it's like, you can't be like, oh my God, that player had the worst game ever. I can't believe it. He scored 0 points and 0 rebounds when he's just sitting on the bench the whole game. He didn't have a bad game. He just didn't play. Right? How can you be outraged by a player's lack of production when they're sitting on the bench? The current political scene opens the door to the ugliest behaviors. Well, I mean, I don't think somebody's bad just because they're a felon anyway. I don't think having committed a felony is particularly informative. You need to know what felony they've committed. Taylor, Flow State, he's a convicted felon, but his felony was having drugs. That's not a crime against anybody, right? It's not a crime against person, property, or state meaningfully, although it's perceived as the last of the three things. The characterization of it as such is incorrect. A crime against the state would be something like destroying government property, messing with an election, uh, maybe facilitating illegal immigration across the border. There are various crimes against the state that you can call actually crimes against the state. Yes, crimes, but still not having a specific victim in terms of property or person. But drugs are not among the things that can be construed as legitimate crimes against the state. And what is this? Why should we respect the state at all? Well, we should respect the state because it has legitimacy. It has claims to legitimacy. If it has no claim to legitimacy, in other words, I shouldn't respect my shoplifting conviction if people of the Rothington family are not arrested for shoplifting because of they're so important, right? I can accept my shoplifting conviction when I know that anybody, rich, poor, white, black, anything, who gets caught shoplifting will be convicted just the same as me. Then it's acceptable for me to experience the hard end of the state's monopoly on use of force. It's not acceptable. It does not serve justice when the state exercises its power illegitimately. It undermines not only the well-being of the citizenry and the 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 general like order, peace, etc. of society in conjunction with enabled individual agency. We need those things to follow from legitimate cause. There's good reason to punish people who commit a crime against somebody else because that's willfully violating the rights of another, and society as a whole is all about, if it's done correctly, it's about protecting individuals from both other individuals and organizational pressures that are illegitimate trespasses against across their sovereignty. And not every trespass against an individual sovereignty is illegitimate, right? If there is somebody who is guilty of actually accepting bribes, in other words, somebody who has influence, who's taking money and using that money to influence in the direction of the money giver, well, then that's obviously corruption and should be prosecuted. But Hunter Biden was not a legislator. He cannot be guilty of accepting bribes for voting on things because he was not a legislator. You might say, well, he defrauded these people who he said his interests he was gonna represent, but that's a separate matter, right? And that's certainly not a matter of national concern. So the important thing is for everybody to just be honest about shit, right? Like, I know you don't like that guy, but that doesn't mean that everything that you can conceivably say about him that's bad is something you should embrace, agree with, or whatever. You have to be honest. Intellectually honest, and recognize when you're too emotionally engaged with something to be intellectually honest. I don't have that state of being very much. Maybe about super subjective things like I don't, for example, like I don't want an objective critique of my performance after sex. I I'm sure if you were going to be um again, it's like it doesn't really matter if Biden's kid's a train wreck or not. That's not about about national policy. And most importantly, what is critically important for national policy for Americans is to not let idiocy like G's infest our thinking, right? Again, G, I could I could say, like, let's say Delilah were to say, if you give me money, I'll try to convince my dad to do meow. That doesn't matter, right? I'm the one with the obligation not to take the bribe because I'm the one in political office. My child may be a fuck up or a scoundrel or a scamster or whatever, but whether or not something bad happened that's of interest to the federal government depends on how I acted, whether I took money or a bribe, whether I was influenced unduly, not whether my son did whatever. So you have to be honest. Remember, G? Being honest? We talked about this. Okay, we're going to go ahead and put you on timeout for dishonesty. No, I cannot type your dog. So, G, he gets kind of nasty sometimes when he's drinking, I think, and purposely tries to provoke me by ignoring what I say and or saying nasty things, you know. So it's important that you remember that he is not going to be allowed to get away with bullshit, and he's going to get timed out for sometimes for a long time, like this time. Yeah. Like, I don't doubt that there are plenty of people in Washington who are all connected to each other by a family and other business dealings and so forth. They're people. They have connections. They have connections with people they work with, and etc. Is it unfortunate that that's kind of chummy, casual attitude about doing the public's business results in a lot of entrenchment of taxpayer wasting taxpayers' money on various things? Yeah, it's unfortunate, but if you want to actually make an improvement of some sort, then we start with, if you're worried about Hunter Biden, if you think that Trump should have been prosecuted for that disclosure failure or whatever, do not involve yourself in politics because you're much, much too concerned with the person. And what we need to do is remove from politics those kinds of individuals who are obsessed with personalities rather than with politics. Politics is about public policy, okay? People think of the political process in terms of like schmoozing or making deals with people and stuff like that. But ultimately, politics is not about the political process. It shouldn't be. It should be about the policy-making process and the argumentational process. It's maximally realized as such in the courts, obviously, but to the extent that we want to have a successful society, we need to get people who understand politics in terms of policy and argumentation and not in terms of personality involved both in the advocacies for specific politicians and policies, and additionally in the actual being that job, being an elected official. Those are the kind of people we need in office, and we don't need the kind of people who are trying to play gotcha against the politicians that they don't like that represent the other side. That's a waste of all of our energies. It's non-political action. It's mythological action. It's like I'm getting emotional about something that it's like I can't be angry at one team if I'm going to be good at evaluating the referees. I'm evaluating the referees in the Lakers Kings game, Sacramento Kings versus Los Angeles Lakers. If I'm strongly partisan in favor of the Lakers and super mad at the fact the Lakers are losing, then I'm going to more harshly evaluate the referees who call fouls on the Lakers than those who call fouls on the Kings, right? I mean, I wouldn't be, because I'm relentlessly, reflexively, attentionally configured that I cannot help but be objective almost always. In other words, I use a TI tool, which is a disinterested calculus. And since it's my tool function, it means it's to the exclusion of being influenced by the other influence of calculation, namely Fi. Accordingly, I can be trusted to evaluate things for correctness and to be correct in my articulation of correct things. Whereas somebody like G, who has this like fetish for authoritarianism, I don't know, it's kind of a deep expression of his fundamental beta maleness, I guess. He wants daddy to tell him what to do. Well, that's why you're on timeout, G. Hopefully you enjoy it. I'm busting G's chops for being an asswipe. For exemplifying everything that I've already explained is bad and ignoring everything I've said. He knows better than this now, except he's being dishonest, intellectually dishonest, right? He doesn't have any good justifications for his thing, except he wants to be provocative and trigger me into some kind of response. Well, he got me to give him some kind of response. He wants to act like a toddler, then I fucking punish him like one. And, that's in perfect keeping with his fascination with authoritarianism. As pants falling down follows naturally from high hip syndrome, so too does authoritarianism follow naturally from stupidity and weakness. It's like only the weakest people are like authoritarianism. They're basically saying, I'm projecting from my own experience onto everybody. I need to be told what to do all the time because I'm somehow like stunted in my development. And therefore, I'm assuming everybody else wants to be told what to do all the time too. And that somebody with a lot of authoritativeness must know better than me what I should do. Well, if that's the case, then you can go to your room. Be a child in there. But I get it. It's like, it strikes me as kind of it's disingenuous to speak as if one is above it all by saying don't focus on the practice, only the theory. I'm focusing on the practice in full. I'm saying this is how one should practice political speech. This is how one should practice one's citizenship in terms of like voting and representation and stuff. It's like, this doesn't apply to G, but we Americans, presumably, were all raised here in America, and even if we haven't learned explicitly in like a civics class, this is my Johnny shirt. Even if they haven't learned about it expressly in civics class about individuality, about rights, and so forth, with a little intuition, they should be able to understand that the reason we're still all able to make it through every given day without just, without the harms of anarchy and so forth, and also without the harms of authoritarianism, is because we respect each other's autonomy, rights, area of authority as individuals, and we don't let things like political differences actually come between us in spaces other than the internet. So the guy in the store in town may have had a MAGA hat on and probably disagrees with me about certain political things a great deal, but it would never occur to me to engage with him about politics expressly at all, except, one time he mentioned during COVID, they had masks optional in Mariposa, and he said, "Not my business what you put on your face." I said, "Here, here." Obviously that's correct. That's like a basic American value that we should all agree on. That it's not my business to tell my neighbor what to do with his face. And it's a shame that it's such an obvious core American value became sacrificed at the altar of partisanship, because it's like, somehow Democrats forgot about rights and Republicans forgot how to argue in favor of things. Why was there nobody talking about, constitutional right to freedom of assembly, ownership of your own body, etc., keep your laws off my body? Why was nobody saying that about that? Well, again, it's for the same reason as always. We had people caught up in an emotion. In that case, fear, but also some anger, right? We're going to get those Republicans this time because they're anti-vaccine, and now we're getting a chance to really rub it in their face that they're anti-science and stuff like that. Well, the thing is, the only way to be better than stupid is to not be stupid yourself. You can't be stupider back to the stupid people, and somehow you can't. Two stupids don't make us smart. Two lefts make a U-turn, but three lefts make a right. But two wrongs don't make it correct, and two stupids don't make it smart. So somebody has to come in and break the cycle of stupid. You're saying I'm stupid? Well, what about those guys? Those guys are way stupider. And you talk to them. Listen, you idiot, stop being so dumb. Yeah, right, Tom, those guys are so stupid. Don't say those guys are stupid. Say, I'm not stupid. I'm correct because of me. You know what? Them being stupid is not a defense to you being stupid. It's just another example of stupidity. I need to get my charger from the bread room. Why? Because it allows me to charge my phone. Well, Berghoff, we'd have to have a couple of video conferences. I'd have to get to know you. And my status quo understanding of you, I'm hesitant to say the least. But if you're serious and you wanted to have that conversation with me and stuff, and I get to know you and actually understand who you are, it's not inconceivable. Like I said, I don't make people generally persona non grata for their dumbnesses. I make them persona non grata for their bad behavior. Anyway, I'm gonna get my charger. Hi, darling, can I have my charger? Oh, yeah. Focus on yourself, your life, your wealth, whatever it is. What I want you to do is I want you to spell the word manifest. There's N, say yourself M, and then imagine a thing you want to manifest. Then say A, and then imagine a thing you want to manifest. I got it. I'm in awe of your Queen of Pentacles, darling. Sorry to bother you. Or maybe she was asleep. I thought when I walked in she was awake. She seemed to be sitting up, but I think actually I woke her up. My bad. Anyhow, Washington State has the ball. They're down by 7. They're throwing. It picked off again. Wazoo, come on. Now they're down by. Oh, there's a flag. Maybe that one's coming back. Let's find out. That'd be nice. That one we're coming back. Partisanship is a dangerous tool to use, but it's necessary to use in democracy when it's being used against you. No, it's not, right? As I'm providing you the alternative to that. I'm saying, no, let's be honest. Let's say you and your partisanship are part of the problem. It is necessarily the case that we should evaluate every specific policy matter as a specific policy matter on its merits and not against some heuristic of whether or not it's in keeping with our team's position. So it's absolutely not the case that partisanship is good. Unfortunately, in the status quo, we have a primary system that tends to reward the more partisan of the candidates because it appeals to their base, as they say. Oh, good, that came back. Washington State did not throw the pick after all. I guess it was a penalty. That's why the only good kind of political messaging is the kind that I'm engaging in, which says, yes, both the Democratic and Republican parties are filled with almost nothing but complete human garbage. So those of you who are engaged strongly right now with politics, stop. Look at the fucking mess you're making. Go away, go home, think about other things. Politics is not a place for you to get your emotional payoffs, like your sense of, ooh, good, I'm glad I got that guy, or your sense of, I am so mad at those meows, I'm going to advocate in the most harsh political terms, and blah, blah, blah. Because there's no good way to run a country that is fixated so much on how the citizens who don't agree with you politically are the bad guys. But in the status quo, there's no alternative. What I'm saying is the actual alternative that is available, but it's not a message that's being spoken by political voices in the status quo. So I'm speaking this message because I want to make clear to everybody, when you are engaged in this rage satisfaction thing, like reading something make you mad and you get so upset and then you say nasty things about those darn meows, or like Pody Cat referencing, making some joke about Biden or talking shit about him or whatever, even though he already lost the election and Trump's coming into power. So attached is he to his anger towards Biden. You know, Biden is, who could be angry at that guy? He didn't do anything. He was a very agreeably, pleasantly useless president who didn't do anything. As presidents, the best presidents often are that, you know? We don't need some activist as president. They're commander in chief, not command everyone in chief. So, you know, there needs to be the number one political party in the country should be the correctists, as led and exemplified by me. And our platform will be exactly to be correct about everything, even things that you get emotional about and are wrong about. So you should vote for us because you acknowledge, random person, I'm not taking anybody specific here, but you acknowledge that you get emotional about this stuff, that you see it as a self-stimulating feelings thing. Therefore, you acknowledge to yourself that you're not qualified to be interested in politics or concerned with it or whatever, and let your more dispassionate neighbors make those kind of decisions. Just stay away from the ballot box. Don't get engaged with politics at all. If you feel strongly like it was great or terrible, really, if you feel that it was great or if you participate in any protests against Israel here in the United States, don't get involved in politics because you can't tell the difference between your own country and a different country. Americans can protest sensibly. It makes sense for Americans to protest against American policy. It makes no sense whatsoever for Americans to protest in America against Israeli policy. And accordingly, if you engage in any of that shit, okay, either wait until you're 30 to start thinking about politics again, or maybe never think about it again. Because I get it, if you're like 18, people are prone to that kind of stupid stuff when they're 18. But think, think. Stop believing that you know what if you know what good intentions look like and can confirm good intentions, that you know something. You don't know anything about anybody by knowing about their intentions. If politics are going to ruin a marriage, then there was another major problem with that marriage. True. Yeah. Well, who are you talking to? Berghoff was talking to Goblin. I don't think Goblin's being rude, Berghoff. It is the case that your mom is Goblin's gender. Your mom's also my gender, so that's not surprising. Will you stop with the English shit, dude? I don't think anybody believes it. Your English is fine, regardless of whether it's your first native tongue or whatever. It doesn't excuse anything. Your English is fine. Whatever issues there are not due to a language barrier. All right. Washington State, 2nd and 7 from Syracuse 25-yard line. Moving the ball down the field, trying to score. Gets the ball. Oh, that was not a bad pass. It almost seemed like if the guy had reached out and maybe dove, he could have caught it, but landed harmlessly to the turf. If it was a little bit more that way, it would have been a touchdown. Let's see what else is going on here. Yeah, the average American youth is TI polar. I mean, I don't think they're TI polar. I just think that the average youth is idealistic and is prone to overestimating the effectiveness of single paradigms to explain things. I mean, it's not even necessarily single paradigms. It's just that most young people don't participate in, say, competition debate, which helps, even though it can get a little lefty itself sometimes. It depends on the thing. Some people will run a CAPK, but people always run a variety of different things. So the point is, no matter what, if you're participating in competition debate, you're encountering more difficulties with worse arguments and fewer difficulties with better arguments. Religion is different because it's a lifestyle. Well, I mean, to some extent, everything's a lifestyle, right? If you're super religious and spend a lot of time going to church and shit, then your lifestyle involves a lot of church. But consider myself a Christian, and my lifestyle doesn't involve any religious stuff. I don't go to church. I don't read the Bible. I do pray, but almost exclusively when I'm in bed getting ready to go to sleep. So I'm kind of multitasking, I guess you could say. I would hardly call it a lifestyle. Sure, I talk about it some, but only in this context, which is to say, a rationalist context. I'm not preaching. Oh no, they got shut down. Syracuse D filled the hole in the middle, and that Washington State quarterback was not going anywhere. Let's see what time it is. The USC game starts at 7:30. That's the one I'm really interested in watching. That's me in the corner. That's me in the spotlight, losing my religion. I'm not losing my religion. I didn't gain my religion until I was in my early 40s. So, my religion's not that old. I think it I think the most successfully religious people might in general be people who come to faith from atheism slash rationality. Ideally because of the right reasons, of course, but because it's kind of important to have the right justifications for self-identifying as a given thing. You want even if you want to kind of cordon off the magical thinking frame and in a way that makes it not run afoul of rationalism, where rationalism ought to be predominant. Speaking about religion, what types might be the most and least religious? I think ESTJs are not religious at all. I think NI-polar in general is not very religious. ESFJs may go along with a given religion because it's what they were raised in and so forth, and that SI tool combined with FE makes it such that they're going to prioritize the familiarity aspect of SI plus the social harmony aspect over the concrete knowing and efficacy. ESTJs, they don't believe anything unless it's in their hand, right? My dad would always have these sayings like, I believe when the check clears, or uh, you know, essentially, well, for example, he had so little intuition that when this horrible bitch Becky O'Coin threatened to sue him because I had talked some shit about her on my YouTube channel. My dad lacked sufficient intuition to recognize that there was zero possible chance that this was an actionable legal action. She was a foreign national. She had no ground to sue either of us because I wasn't saying anything defamatory, right? But because he had no intuition, he figured, well, I should talk to a lawyer. He didn't trust correctness, truth, relevance to matter in the practicality of things. That if somebody was determined to engage in this process of filing a lawsuit, etc., that they can make your life miserable, regardless of whether they have any standing or 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 whether or not you are conceivably a defendant in some kind of lawsuit. I don't know if feelers are more likely to believe in religion than thinkers. I think that TESI is maximally aligned against faith-based modalities. I think NETI is not particularly inclined towards faith modalities. But I don't see why it would have anything to do with FE versus TITE per se. It seems to have more to do with SI and NI than anything else. SI is experiential knowing, so you have to experience something to know what it means. If you are an SI type, and since most people don't have true religious experiences, that is to say, some kind of mystical, unexplainable experience that in keeping with a specific religious frame, they don't get a chance to experience this magical shit they're being asked to believe in, and therefore are very skeptical of it if they have SI tool especially. But I think, SI DOMs can be not necessarily super skeptical, but probably not super interested. It's just for an SI tool, it's like, well, how can you know something you haven't experienced? For SI DOM, it's like, well, why would I focus on something that's outside of my experience when I'm awash in it all the time, SI, and that's where all the satisfaction and struggles come from. Like an ESFJ is likely to put up signs around their house saying statements that they think they should affirm or remember or something, I guess. I don't know. But the idea that they're putting a sign up is that they're not relying on their memory because it's ideas, it's meanings exclusive of their experience. And so they need to experience those meanings in front of them in order for them to get a sense that they are going to have any impact on them. Like, Candace had signs up. One sign said that today I choose joy. Okay. What I was really saying is that how I feel is up to me. It's not really, but that's that's the kind of like extremely childish relationship that NI Polar has with meaning. She was a woman who asked me on some like holiday or birthday or something to write her a love letter and then told me what to put in the letter. Like, how could you feel satisfied that that was meaningful at all when it's so artificial? Well, that's NI Polar for you. The single most relevant factor in that whole equation, authenticity, is lost in the shuffle when you're NI Polar. I was just thinking that FI would be more likely to believe in religion and FE more likely to take part in the social aspects. I think FI it knows what's important to itself, right? It knows what it views as precious. So that's different than I mean, I guess you could have an FI attachment to a single frame of reference that's informative of everything, that's comprehensive, which is one of the things that magical thinking offers to people who are willing to embrace it to the exclusion of other frames. I don't think that's a good way to engage in religion, but some people do it that way. Plenty of people do, probably most, who are into it. Snap, throw. He's out of bounds. Out of bounds. Come on. You cannot flag that. That is not a pass interference. That's complete bullshit. Okay, let me see the other side of it. It looked like bullshit from that angle. Let me see. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's pass interference. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's pass interference. He got there before the ball. Don't you start seeing typology everywhere once it's understood, even though the direct experiential facts haven't changed? The frame created the ability to experience the thing. True, Money. You make a great observation. To be more specific and exemplify what he's talking about, prior to cognitive functions, I didn't distinguish, like I didn't understand certain events in certain ways. One time I was driving in the car and I had put a sticky note on my dashboard with the name and address of the place I was driving to because it was some place I had never been before. And then as I was driving away from the Laverne house and towards this place, as always happens when I used to drive places in LA, because there's so many different places you might be going, I forgot where I was going. Like, wait, where am I going? And what I did in my head was I remembered back to before I left the house what I was thinking about, what I was doing when I was getting ready to go. And then, oh, yeah, that's right, I'm going to that place. And then I looked on the dashboard and saw that I had a sticky note right there. I put it there so that I wouldn't have to remember it. Well, prior to cognitive functions, I would not have made any particular note of that incident, nor would it have stuck in my memory because I would not have understood why it happened, what it represented in terms of mechanics underneath. because I understood cognitive functions, I recognize that as I'm SI conscious, even when the correct way to know is NI, look what's right in front of your face and see it and know it accordingly. I default towards SI when there's a situation that calls upon me to know something. In that instance, it called upon me to know where I was going. Instead of looking at the sticky note and seeing where I was going, I used my SI to remember back to when before I was leaving, figuring that would give me whatever cues I needed to remember where I was going. So the takeaway is prior to the correct paradigm being in place for understanding cognition events like that, I had no, it was not informative at all to me. It was not informative to me about myself, nor about my processes, nor about the event itself as to what happened. Call is reversed. What call was reversed? What happened? I don't know what happened there. It's hard to see what happened. Anyway, this Wazoo game's almost at half. So I guess I'll put it back on this game that's long over. It's currently 10 till 7. The SC game comes on at 7:30. Pretty late for a football game, but that's fine. It's sort of like the chicken and egg conundrum. I'm not sure how it's like the chicken and egg conundrum, but that's fine. For some reason, FI is pink in my mind, NE green, NI golden, SI sepia, FE red, TE dark blue, TI light blue. I don't think in colors like that, no. Do you have any advice for an INTJ not being able to use NI, TAE like usual, burnout? I took a long time resting and recovery is so slow. I'm sticking, indulging in bad eating habits and smoking. I mean, it's more or less impossible for a person to not be in their dominant function, except and unless they're in a state of like wound licking or maybe recovery like from some very intense thing, then they might retreat to their fourth slot, you know. If you're not in your dominant function, you're in your fourth slot. You know, the thing is your perceiving functions, if you're an INTJ, NI and SE comprise the far, I guess the absolute left and absolute right ends of your existence, kind of. You don't necessarily have to be living in your dominant function, but if you're not, you're expressing in your fourth. It's very uncomfortable and unhealthy to stay there. I think it feels wrong, and you immediately know it's wrong for you if you're an FI dom. So what's wrong? How then could you experience something without the frame being present to encode it as something meaningful? Well, I mean, you can always, most notably, money, you can experience physical stuff. Like, I don't need to encode what's happening as anything specific to feel relief going pee. Like my daughter, you might say she needed to encode the existence of going pee before she was able to do so because she didn't go pee after she was born for a while on her own until a new nurse came on shift and like held her leg under some warm water and then finally she peed, right? But she doesn't need to know what it means in order for her to experience relief. In other words, there's a discomfort that's agitating the entity, either hunger, having to pee, having to sleep, whatever. And because it's biological rather than, logical or metaphysical or whatever. Well, yeah, the frame informs the experience, but that doesn't mean you don't have the experience without the frame. It's true that we don't remember what happened to us as newborn babies. My explanation for that is we don't have language yet. So we can't remember things if you don't have language to encode them into an example of something, right? But but it doesn't mean that those people don't experience those experiences, just that they don't remember them, because without any language, there's no understanding. Without any understanding, there's no memory. Of course, it is also the case that we do remember things without understanding all the time, as per, like, if I'm playing a chord and I read I read on a comp sheet the chord C, my fingers know what a C is. I don't need to remember that a C chord involves these three notes, C major third, perfect fifth, triad. I don't need to remember, like, my this finger goes here, this finger goes there, this finger goes there. It just, my fingers already know and do that thing. They've bypassed all the understanding part. Same with whole language reading. When we read things, we're not having to sound them out anymore. We don't need to understand why that word sounds that way in order to understand that that word is that thing. All right, this is a different game. What's going on here? It's a different game. That's what's going on. Hi, Owen. How are you? I hear you're a special, special person who wins all the awards. And I also am very special. I was voted the Special Olympics most special competitor 6 years running. Obviously, I have Down syndrome, but it's not like constant Down syndrome, right? It flares up, it goes into remission, it gets worse and better. I tend to have a much worse time of it in cold weather. When it's cold outside, I get full blast Down syndrome. I have a hard time understanding experience without the frame. It's like trying to read in a different language. Well, it's because you're trying to understand experience. You don't. One does understand experience when one has frames of reference for understanding experiences. One kind of unavoidably understands them, but that's not the natural thing to do with experience. The natural thing to do with experience is to experience it. So, like, when I get in the shower and I've been kind of busy all day, and maybe it's been a cold day, and I finally get in the shower at night, I'm feeling kind of dirty, but also kind of chilly. I get the water just the right temperature, and I just like, I don't need to understand that my muscles are relaxing and some of the tension's getting away from me. I don't need to understand that to to experience it, and prefer experiencing it over, say, an alternative experience or something painful. The reason we know that we don't need a frame of reference to understand experience is because of pain, I guess, right? Physical pain. If I touch something here and I feel a pain, I'm gonna pull my hand back before I even look to see what happened or anything. I don't need to understand that what it is causing pain over here or anything to reflexively automatically retreat from it. The same thing is true with various kinds of experiential pleasures, but not all of them. I don't. I don't need to understand. I don't need to understand that I'm on mushrooms to experience that I'm on mushrooms. It's just that as an object of analysis, analysis follows from abstraction. So you have to have it locked down abstractly into a static thing of language in order to engage in analysis on it. Accordingly, you have to remember it, and accordingly, you have to have some frame of reference understanding of what's happening to remember it. But that's just for the purpose of analysis. If you have a frame of reference where everything is secondary to analysis, then you're going to have struggle with getting experience as being even possible without understanding. Paiva, Paiva, is that his name? This quarterback for Vanderbilt, he's quite the rough and tumble, uh, kind of like Cam Scadaboo at a quarterback position. He runs the ball quite a bit, but he also throws it fine. But he does not shy away from a hit. Saw this play earlier in the game where he was the lead blocker for his running back on a reverse, and he laid out this defensive lineman. It was much bigger than him. Impressive, with an impressive show of no holds barred football by our quarterback. Touchdown, Vanderbilt. Yes, hi, darling.
Mommy.
Oh, good. I'm glad they're here. We've got another half an hour till the USC football game starts. That's what I'm kind of waiting for here. Thank you, darling.
You're welcome. I'm gonna put the extra pair in the closet.
Cool. I'm gonna throw these ones away because they're almost. Look at this. Look how close we are to being.
Oh my god! That was
one.
perfect timing.
Yeah, this is the shoe that just got replaced with these new ones, and this one was so close to being broken all the way in half.
Oh my gosh. You definitely get your use out of them.
Yeah, and it's also the case that obviously these aren't as sturdy as say a pair of running shoes would be. You know, they're gonna fall apart a little sooner than a full shoe would. But I think they give. I don't know how much these things are, but I'm confident I get my money's worth out of it.
Yeah, you definitely do. I think they're like 20 something.
It's not too bad.
I'm gonna give you a kiss. I love you.
I love you too, darling. Thank you for the kiss. It is the case that I go through more pairs of these than your average person goes through of a given kind of shoe, probably by a considerable amount.
You're dedicated to them.
Hi, Acacia. The Mexicans use those to whip their kids at times. Oh, cool. What's that you got there? Child whip? Dragon is on. I'm glad to hear it. Madame Humane's Child Whip. Do you have children that need whipping, but you're concerned that an adult whip is too robust? Try Mrs. Humane's Child Whip, a child-sized whip for child-sized discipline problems. I do not wear Crocs. I wear these tatami slippers. And, you know, I have in the past historically worn flip-flops, but once I got these tatami slippers, I like them better than other flip-flops, kinds of flip-flops, and I just wear these. I'm not a person who wants to put on shoes. Putting on shoes seems like an unnecessarily complicated undertaking. I can just put on some flip-flops. That's just very straightforward. You just put your fingers on them. Chanclas, right. Chancla terms first and second function are what you call ambiguous and not well defined. Yeah, fair enough, money. I think, I mean, well, okay. They are well defined, but they're only defined in terms of how they define the other slots, right? So when we're talking about first slot, we're talking about the kind of cognitive function such that being that function as your dominant function limits your relationship with the fifth slot function in the following ways, limits your relationship with the eighth slot function in the following ways, limits your relationship with the fourth in the following ways. What's my favorite equipment? I don't know. Equipo. Do stop. This woman, she needs to stop. I want you guys to see this commercial. This is pretty important here. And I want to demonstrate to you a person who definitely needs to stop more than anything in the world. Here we go. Karen's about to retire. Here's what's going into her retirement. Oh, whoa, look at that. Oh, it's those people. Now listen, lady. Yes, you need to stop. Pay attention. Here we go. Here we go. Yes, you do need to stop. I don't like you. I'm never gonna stop. Shut up, you stupid bitch. What's my favorite sport? College football. I also like regular football, college basketball, baseball. I'm not a huge fan of NBA basketball. I can enjoy a hockey game every now and again. I'm not above a hockey game. I'm never gonna stop. Shut up, lady. Stop being so like irony blind or something. Just that woman, watching that woman say that is like drinking an entire quart of cringe, undiluted straight cringe. Just shut up, lady. Anyhow, that lady notwithstanding, let's get back to this Washington State game. It looks like Vanderbilt is taking a 2-score lead now, 2-touchdown lead over Georgia Tech. And we'll see if Washington State can do anything here in the second half, because Syracuse is more or less having their way with them there at the end of the first half. 35-21. It was 21-21 game, but now it's 35-21 in favor of Syracuse. Wazoo's going to have to muster some offensive firepower and also get some stops if they want to win this game. Anyway, just 20 more minutes to the USC Texas A&M game, which is what I'm really waiting for. I'm sure you're all waiting for it as well. It's the most exciting game of the bowl season because it's the only game of the bowl season including USC. I speak a little Spanish. Pumbaa the pig. Hello. As I said, my daughter is 1/4 Spanish, and her grandmother is Mexican from Michoacan. Additionally, I don't know how it was I came to speak Spanish. I never took Spanish I did take it in college, after college, actually. After I'd gotten my bachelor's degree and I was working as a teacher in a teaching credential program, I took an undergraduate college Spanish class. But mostly, I try to kind of teach myself. I try to read La Opinion magazine or newspaper. But my Spanish is not as good as it used to be. I stopped using it, kind of lost it a bit. I used to be able to haltingly have conversations with Mexicans, but nowadays, no. The system dynamics of typology is pretty intuitive if you avoid almost every explanation online. Right. Well, good for you, Burkhoff. Maybe you are one of those Argentinian Germans. Argentina. Don't cry for me, Argentina. You're like Hans Landa? I don't know who Hans Landa is. Who's Hans Landa? Hi, Sean. How you doing? So if one goes into the psychology of the model, there's philosophy behind the model that speaks to the second slot. I was suggesting a strategy. You asked them if they're studied. Eric, you can't ever get me to stop. True. If you had a table and you raised one corner going up, necessitates the others go down. It's like you were raising one corner, lowering another corner. Yeah. That's a good analogy right there. It's a very good analogy. You love Argentina? Well, they do have a good soccer team. They have that in common with Germany. If you chose which country to live in, based in order of like your choice of first, second, third, in terms of who had the best soccer teams, men's soccer teams, you wouldn't get to America until like way down the list. But like Brazil, not really that nice of a country if they have a good soccer team. So I don't think that how good your soccer team is a very good test to determine whether or not it's a country you'd like to live in or not. Now, if you were talking about women's soccer teams, I think the correlation is better in that way. You're going to get a lot of nice first world Western countries being at the forefront of women's soccer because the more modern you are, civilized or whatever, the more you care about your daughters. Oh, no point in watching that game anymore. I guess I saw the end. Vanderbilt won. I was managing to not see the results of that game, and now I just saw it. I could see this Arkansas game in theory, I guess. Watch this one. Start from beginning. Oh no, I want to watch the Washington State game, but it's on halftime, right? All right, fine. Georgia Tech versus Vanderbilt. I already watched that game. I don't want to watch that game. Texas Tech, Arkansas, resume from last watch. So we got 15 minutes till the USC game comes on, which is obviously the most important game of the bowl season. I'm very interested in the college football playoff games, but what matters most is the USC game, of course. You missed visiting Spain? Is smoking that bad? I've been smoking for 2 years regularly. Am I cooked? I mean, I don't think smoking is that bad. What are you smoking? Cigarettes or weed? I mean, I don't think either of them is that bad. I do think that if you smoke way too much, then you do increase your risks of emphysema / COPD. I wouldn't worry too much about the lung cancer, as it seems that more or less you have to be genetically predisposed to it, in which case then you want to not smoke because there's a decent chance you're going to get it regardless, and it increases your risk of getting it. But it seems like by and large the link between cigarettes and lung cancer is overblown. Even in the most dire understanding of it, uh, a smoker, if they smoke for decades, has a 1 in 300 chance of getting lung cancer. Emphysema is more of a concern, obviously, but there are many things that actually link more strongly to emphysema than cigarettes in terms of their actual risks, such as if you work with a lot of industrial solvents and other things that have strong fumes, those damage your lungs a lot more. And I don't know about weed. I'm not sure how much weed smoking links to emphysema, but one can imagine that it's not good for your lungs to have all that smoke in them. In fact, if anything, it seems surprisingly like I'd expect it to be worse for you than it is. After all, you're purposely inhaling smoke into your lungs. But it's like human lungs are designed to inhale, I guess, a lot of smoke over the course of a lifetime without experiencing like notable loss of functionality or harms that jump right out at you. I've been smoking cigarettes since I started smoking when I was like 17. I quit when I was 21. I quit from 21 to 31. Then I started smoking at 31. I've been smoking for the last 22 years. And I've been smoking bong rips the whole time too. So I don't know. It's like when I think about lung function, I think about me and Rachel. Rachel's a lot younger than me, 13, 14 years younger. And she's a smaller person than me, obviously. She's only 5'2" and petite. But uh but her lungs at, at their at their best moment in life, her lungs were just like a tenth as effective as my lungs. She can't I can pull a bong rip at least 10 times bigger than her bong rip and not cough. And the bong rip she pulls 1/10 as big, she'll cough her lungs out like she's gonna die. So like if I need my lungs to process a lot of air and breathe a lot of air and get oxygen out of it and stuff, it seems like I've got a lot of space between the Rachel's ceiling and my floor. But it's not really how biologics work exactly. I don't know. It's like if you want to understand how an example of something that works holistically and that you it's difficult to isolate the various parts of, certainly the human body is one such thing. Rachel's lungs are smaller than mine, and she's not as good at pulling bong rips. But does that mean that she's not as not as successful at getting enough air for herself? I don't think so. Does it necessarily mean that if we were to run a race that she'd run out of breath sooner than me? No, because all these things go together, right? She has smaller lungs, but she has a smaller everything, except for her tits, of course. They want to they want to forget about that. But regardless, um, so it's hard to compare two person's lungs and say your lungs are healthy and your lungs are not because your lungs are so much better than hers in these specific metrics. It's kind of meaningless to evaluate them at all, except in terms of a specific thing you're trying to accomplish, like running a race or something, which requires wind, or in terms of a specific assessment metric like capacity, duration of holding the breath, something like that. I mean, I don't think that smoking is as bad for your lungs as drinking is for your liver. I don't think it's nearly as hard on you as drinking alcohol is. But, it also depends on your lungs and your situation. So for me, it's difficult to put on weight, and accordingly, you could say it's easy for me to stay thin. But for somebody else, that might be a challenge for them. On the other hand, it's easy for me to feel super starving and be like, oh, I have to eat food or I'm going to pass out. Feel like low blood sugary and stuff like that. Whereas maybe for somebody who's more famine resistant, they don't experience that as much. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with all this nonsense anyway. I was just saying how sometimes things are meh. What? Sometimes are meh. Can't all our lungs just get along? Need a typing by you. How do I make it happen? What's the strain? I'm not sure. Not sure which strain that was. I didn't look to see what I was pulling the weed, which jar, what kind of weed it was. I didn't think about it. But it's probably Jack Herrera. Yeah, I think that was probably Jack. I'm getting another beverage. I don't know. One deals with life as one does. I'll tell you what's bad for you, you should not do. Don't huff nitrous. That'll fuck you up, I smoke one cigarette, and if I inhale as much as I can, I get physically nauseous, almost pass out. Okay, well, lightly cuts, here's the thing. They're fine in moderation until they're not. And what qualifies as moderation can be quite dramatically different for somebody. So you might be doing whippets and be just fine, and then the next whippet you do, all of a sudden you got neuropathy that you're stuck with for the rest of your life. Thanks, Goblin, for saying what I'm sure we've all thought many times at this point. Can you please stop pretending to be German? Nobody's buying it. So let's go out here and let's... God damn it. Well, it's the weekend, I guess. It's Friday evening. Not that late. I just don't like it when anybody's chainsawing. It's like... It's not as bad as a leaf blower. But the same kind of thing, The super annoying noise. The advantage of chainsaws is people rarely chainsaw for as long as they leaf blow for. But they don't accept you in the Art Academy, huh? It's MP and why is anyone chainsawing? Well, because, it's a good time to burn right now because it's wet outside, but not raining. No chance of the burn getting away from you, Maybe that's why he's chainsawing now. I don't know. Maybe he had to work today. He just got home and wanted to get his chainsawing job done and needed to get finished. I'm not sure. Obviously, I'm not chainsawing, but even if I had a good reason to chainsaw, I still probably wouldn't be chainsawing. Don't worry, we'll go inside soon and get you away from the horrible chainsawing sound. Sean will get you a Crown and Coke. Cake or pie? Good question. Hitch slap 1134. I'm gonna go with cake. No, we don't have any Crown Royale. And I'm not sure. We have Diet Coke, I think, which I have in the closet for guests. We obviously don't drink Diet soda. Diet soda is like water with foul tasting chemicals in it. Oh, God. This chainsawing's gotta go. It has got to go. Why don't you just use a regular saw and go like this with it? Saw, 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 saw. Then that would sound fine, right? It would sound just kind of like, hurry, 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 hurry. Sound kind of like that, but instead we got this horrible sound. Vapes is worse, you think? I actually don't think it is worse. I think it's better. But that used to be my line as well. Because I'd hit a vape and it would make me cough a lot more than a cigarette would, you know? Cigarettes don't make me cough. Oh, God. That chain sign is super annoying. Get out of here, chainsaw. Get out of here. Well, it's fine. We're safely returned to the inside of the house now. Skyrizzi. For moderate to severe Crohn's disease. My moderate to severe Crohn's disease is acting out. I need some Skyrizzi. Does anybody have an extra Skyrizzi around here? Cigarettes are not the devil. When I switched from cigarettes to vaping, I did feel like I had less shortness of breath and that my lungs, once I got used to it, at first when I started, it made me cough, but then my lungs got accustomed to it, and without cigarettes, I found that it was better for me. Like it felt like it was doing less damage or something. However, once I started smoking again, I never hit the vape at all. So for me, it's one or the other. Some people do both, you know. I think cigarettes are good, and vaping is a slightly better substitute versus nothing, you know. Hi, Jesus is the only one. The only one what? Oh, you're saying about how Muhammad came to offer his agreement to Jesus at his birth that he was son of God and not, and that people shouldn't listen to Muhammad if he changed his mind on that at any point. Problem with vaping is the easy access. Well, I mean, there's to some extent Lively Cuts is correct in that for me, for example, I vape inside the house, but I don't vape. I don't smoke cigarettes in the house. So there's an easier access aspect to vaping. But I also find even so, I probably take fewer total puffs off of a vape over the course of a day than I do cigarettes. Because when I vape, I just hit one hit off the vape, maybe two, and then put it down for a while. Whereas with a cigarette, I'll go outside, have a whole cigarette, maybe, or part of a cigarette, depending on my mood. Javed Rashid says, Jesus is the only one, but he doesn't specify the only one of what. And Burkhoff, I do generally give my moderators the benefit of the doubt. I try not to second guess them too much. They don't generally hide people because, I don't like that, but they do sometimes ensure that people who aren't being exactly honest about everything incur some natural consequences for that sometimes. Somebody whose name, I don't know, rhymes with Schmerkhoff. 7:30. It is time for the USC football game. Finally, at long last, the football game is on. I got up at 3:30 thinking it came on at 5:30, only to discover, no, it comes on at 7:30. What? That's true. It does come on at 7:30. Well, Texas Tech, on its best days, what is this? The end of the ASU in the Big 12 championship. 2 minutes and 6 seconds left in this Arkansas Texas Tech game. Okay, well, I'm not thrilled by this having to wait, but hopefully they got it on chew clock. And I think it's, how much are they up by? They're up by 13 with the ball. So coming up next, the Las Vegas Bowl, USC versus Texas A&M. Just hurry up and finish, Arkansas. Just run out the clock and let's just get to the game already. Nobody cares about Arkansas versus whoever. Texas Tech. Nobody cares about Texas Tech, Arkansas, okay? We're all waiting for the SC game. Just cut that other game short. Nobody cares about that game. And more importantly, nobody should care about that game. Close your eyes and I'll kiss you. You don't, Berghoff. Yeah. We're treating you more like Japan than Germany. You can only have a self-defense force. Or you already are my soulmate, Rachel. You are my soulmate, and you are my wife. You are my cherished someone. And I have this to say to you as well. You are so beautiful. Come on. You like that song? I wrote that song about you, darling. I wouldn't have written that song about you because I wouldn't have said to me. That makes it like you're only beautiful to me subjectively. I would never have included that about you. I would have said, you are so beautiful to everyone / objectively. Why didn't Eric give it to me already? I thought we'd be friends. Well, what made you think that? I mean, I call us incredibly close acquaintances. Like, like maybe like the guy who was in the waiting room waiting for his wife to give birth while you were in the same waiting room for waiting for your wife to give birth. That kind of close acquaintance. Somebody you see once and never again. Then years later you go, somebody reminds you of it and you go, oh yeah, I remember that guy. Weird guy. 2024 champions, Liberty Bowl, Arkansas. The Arkansasians are celebrating. Greg Gumbel died today, brother of Bryant Gumbel, and famous more for his sports commentary stuff, work in sports journalism than his brother Bryant, who was eventually more famous for like being on the Today Show and such, you know. Well, too bad, Greg Gumbel. Death spares no man. Yet. Hasn't gotten to me yet. We'll find out. Oh, first down, Arkansas. That should be ball game. Now Texas Tech has no more timeouts. They can just take a knee and end this shit. And then let's get to the Las Vegas Bowl. We want to see USC, Texas A&M, not Arkansas, Texas Tech. Like middle of the road SEC team versus sometimes okay Big 12 team. No thanks. Just put on the good game. Take off this stink fest. Y'all gotta talk das garbage, Charlotte. Thanks, Tiffany. I agree with you. They can just take this game and shove it. I believe you, Berghoff. I believe you want a wrench. Everyone's a soulmate till they're no longer a soulmate. I mean, I don't think I used that language with previous partners. I'm pretty sure I didn't. It's a term that Rachel is much more interested in than I've encountered before, probably. That is, the grass is greener on the other side. If they're actually your soulmate, they'd show up. I believe you can have a successful relationship with someone who's not your soulmate. I believe that too, Sean. I think it's fair to say my mom and my dad weren't soulmates, and yet they had a very successful and long marriage, you know? Maybe your soulmate is Muslim. His name's Akbar Abdul, and he believes in fast camels, slow women, and guerrilla warfare. Everyone was shocked when the Berghoff showed up at the party with his new boyfriend, Akbar Abdul. I used to be with the, throw the gays out the building kind of crowds. But once I met the Berghoff, I said, hey, when in Rome. Well, by Rome, I mean Germany. And by Germany, I mean America. And by America, I mean when in his pants, you know? Oh, Akbar Abdul, says the Berghoff. You're so funny. And he touches his shoulder like that in his most flirty fashion. All right, let's see what's going on here in the old Gameroo. Hasn't started yet. That's good. We didn't miss anything it didn't look like. Hi, Jake. Nice to see you. High temporal teleporter. The thing is, you can't teleport in time. It doesn't make any sense. Teleportation involves moving from one space to another space. Moving an object in space to a different space. Same object, different space. Moving through time, well, we're constantly moving along forward in time, but no teleporting is happening. It's just a steady movement forward. Just like if I were to walk from here to the bathroom, I wouldn't be teleporting. So too, as I drift forward in time from 741 to 742, etc., I'm not teleporting. I'm just being carried along on the flow of the river time. Oh, look at this horribleness. 2022, 11 and 3, 8 and 1 in conference. 2023, 8 and 5, 5 and 4 in conference. This year, 6 and 6, 4 and 5 in conference. Lincoln Riley, you are going to elicit some serious critique from a little somebody named Tiffany if you are not careful, Mr. Riley. I want to see national title contending team next year, or you are out on your butt, mister. I'm going to get you fired by saying, that's it, you're done. I'm going to tell USC on you. That was not a good first down play. So we actually have a lot, this is interesting because, like the guy was just saying, it's not like SC has had bad statistical year necessarily. We are 11th FBS rank in passing yards per game, 18th in first downs, and 19th in all-purpose yards per game. That's a pretty prolific offense, really. But the team would like self-destruct in fourth quarter. I don't know. It was just a snake bit year. I don't necessarily think Lincoln Riley can't do it anymore. I don't think he's broken as a coach necessarily, but if he can't turn around next year, it's time to put him on the hot seat, send him spinning around the coaching carousel, and find us a new hot up and comer. A new hot young up and comer. I would love to have ASU's head coach, but he wants to coach at ASU. Three and out. We're going to open the game receiving the ball, which means we got to kick it for the second half. And then we're going to go 3 and out. I just don't really believe in this replacement quarterback for Miller Moss. I think Miller Moss was the better quarterback. But I guess that we needed to make a change. We had to do something. The marriage is null if the guy is not Muslim. Really? Like, what do you mean you can't marry a non-Muslim? Okay, but here's the problem with that idea, Diamond. If a Muslim woman were to marry a Christian guy in a Christian ceremony, the Muslims, they say, well, they're going to nullify the marriage, but they don't want that woman back. They just kill her for being a slut. Anyway, they got her back. So it's like, why would you let them have her back? Anyhow, that's what they call cult shit, right? Like, you can't hang out with your family anymore because you're an apostate. That stuff is only what cults do. Oh, you're not really married to your husband because he's not the right religion. That's the kind of shit that cults pull. I mean, it'd be one thing for them to say, well, you can't get married in the Muslim tradition because we only marry one Muslim with another Muslim. But the idea that they can say that your marriage to a non-Muslim doesn't count because he's not a Muslim, that's insane. Because I'm sure they'd say that the sex counts, right? So when they finally wrestle her back from the Christians and give her to a Muslim husband, he's going to be like, "You're not a virgin. Ergo, honor killing. Time for some honor killing. You're dishonoring me with your non virginity." And she'll be like, "But the marriage wasn't real." He said, "I know. That just proves what a whore you are. You weren't married to that man. You were just a filthy slut." That's not very fair, is it? No, it's not. I mean, I get it. We men are very insecure. I don't like the fact that Rachel wasn't my, you know, I'm not Rachel's only man in her life. I hate that reality. But it doesn't mean that I think all of society needs to control all the women so that I don't feel insecure. That's ridiculous. And that's very much what it seems to me like Islam's all about. It's like, oh, you got to cover yourself up, lady, because if I see a good looking chick, I'm going to feel insecure. I'm going to feel strong feelings like I'm going to feel like an incel, or I'm going to feel like lustful because I've got this horribly messed up relationship with sexuality because of this very this religion that really fetishizes um, women as chattel, you know. So obviously that's not good. Yeah, obviously there are plenty of Islamic women who defend Islam and say no, it's not like that, but you know it is like that though. So they're wrong. Like, you know, you go to Saudi Arabia or something, you go to a Kentucky Fried Chicken. They basically got two dining areas. One is for single men, and one is for families and or women and kids. It's not just the women that hurts, right? In some sense, it's probably good for the women in that one example because they get to have a nice, pleasant family area without a bunch of crowding specific to people in a hurry and not spending time with their families, but probably grabbing something on their lunch break or something. But it's not fair to the single men to isolate them that much. I don't think unfairness to men is the primary problem with Islam. Don't get me wrong, but I'm saying it serves nobody any good when you subvert the individual to the group so much. Nobody benefits. The only people who might benefit are the individuals who have um, an unreasonable amount of sway over the group. So, like, and it benefits individuals whose natural expression of self is completely in conformity with the group's expectations, which is pretty rare, probably, but I'm sure there are some. Regardless, communitarianism can express in more or less damaging ways, and it might even have some good impacts, such as, like Japan is super clean and safe because um, it's just so much relentless, unanimous pressure on everybody to conform all the time. You could say that's a good impact of it. I mean, certainly clean and safe is better than dirty and unsafe. But those things aren't necessarily virtues in and of themselves. Like, there's no crime in North Korea. That doesn't mean we should all be more like North Korea. Yeah, crime might be implicitly bad, but even when and where communitarianism gets rid of it, is kind of like it's just pushing up illness in other spots, right? Like Japan has very low crime rate, but very high suicide rate. Very low crime rate, but also a very low birth rate, and a seemingly growing disconnect between their identities as Japanese people and their identities as biological creatures. They're so neurotic they can't have sex anymore. You see a country like, again, Asian country like South Korea or Japan, they have very strict anti-drug laws, but they have massive problem with alcohol, and it's deeply embedded into all kinds of things in their culture for people to consume alcohol in various capacities and to feel like they have to consume it, etc. So, the bottom line is that it's easier to highlight examples of individualism running amok and harming the group. For example, somebody buys this pristine bit of wilderness and turns it into a toxic waste dump or something, right? That's individualism, their drive for profit causing them to not care about broader impacts to people and the world as a whole, provided they can get away with it and profit from it, right? That's obviously an easier example of things going wrong to articulate and lay at the feet of individualism than it is to lay the various problems with communitarianism at the feet of communitarianism. We're down 7-0. Texas A&M marches right down the field, scores a touchdown after the USC offense goes 3-0. Well, not a very promising start, but the game's still young. We'll see what happens. But nevertheless, communitarianism is the larger problem, because when you make mistakes at the case level, namely, okay, in this instance, there needs to be an increased involvement of the group in individual decision makings under certain circumstances, because a lack of constraining the individual in this instance caused indefensible harms to the group, right? So those things are problems that are negative feedback loops. In other words, the problem is likely to cause a singular set of impacts that are bad and result in decreasing likelihood of that problem occurring again, or that kind of problem occurring again. Whereas communitarian problems are the opposite. They are unlikely to actually impact any specific problem predictably. In other words, they're not going to provide any predictable or reliable solutions to problems. But more importantly, the problems that are associated with those kind of solutions are frame level problems that cascade down and cause additional other problems in many other ways, right? That are not necessarily easy to articulate, except as a adulteration of the integrity of a just system. A just system, all justice is predicated on the idea of rights. So any just system prioritizes individualism over communitarianism. What's the worst country for women's rights in the Islamic world? Probably Afghanistan, I would guess. Maybe like Yemen. And one of those more backwards ones. Egypt isn't great. That's why when they had all those mass protests that like democracy requires more than the populace having a voice, you know? It requires the habits and institutions of democracy, rights framework for it to work properly. So in Egypt, they had all these protests and stuff, Arab Spring. But if you were a woman walking into that protest area, you were doomed to get gang raped. That's just how fucking awful it is, you know? That's the problem of frame level problems. Frame level problems cascade down and create endless amounts of specific instances of problems. When you've got a population of men who have been indoctrinated by Islam into believing both that it's fine to mix religion and politics together, or the sacred and the secular don't need to be kept separate, that women are chatteled more or less. They may not be treated as such in this instance or that instance, but conceptually they are, right? So it's not the case that a man's marriage is nullified if he marries a Christian. She might be forced to convert or something, but they wouldn't nullify the marriage. Whoa, good return. Good. Let's go. Come on. There you go, number 6. That's a good return. That's a big kick return, about 40, 50-yard kick return. But, we're still down 7 points. And we need the offense to do something, not just special teams. So the thing is, it's like, there's not really much to be accomplished by shitting on Islam, right? Islam's a religion. It's not, you can blame individuals for doing bad things, but you can't hold Islam accountable. It's not a person. It's not an agent. At the same time, I think there's value in making sure that we remain honest rather than being guided by some kind of inclusion agenda. We don't want to do anything that supports cultural relativism that says, oh no, it's moral there to oppress these people because that's their morality, but it's not moral here because it's not our morality. That kind of moral relativism is just basically saying we're idiots, everything's justified. Obviously, we can't have any kind of normative understanding of the world in which what's wicked in one place is morally permissible in another. And we have to have a normative framework that universalizes. That means rights, not any other framework. But, whatevs. I don't want to be all controversial and making people mad. I'm just a big fan of let's all agree on what ought to be prioritized when and where, Like, it's fine to prioritize the secular in one's religious ceremonies. I mean, the sacred in one's religious ceremonies, it's not fine to prioritize the sacred in terms of what people are allowed to express. You know, we just need to make those kind of statements, have everybody agree to that statement, and then we won't have any problems. So most people who are Muslims, they don't have any problem with the idea that it's not okay to kill people because they made a cartoon of Muhammad. Most Muslims agree with that. It's not okay to be killing people because they don't adhere to your definition of the sacred. Probably a decent number of Muslims agree that the sacred has no place in secular government. The, the group that has a monopoly on use of force, namely the government, should never justify its use of force with religious justifications. We should probably all agree on that. I'm sure most Muslims agree on that too. But the thing is, as it plays out in the modern world, a person who's in favor of a free and secular society is going to naturally be aghast at some of the wrong paradigms under which Islam seems to be manifesting in the contemporary world. So it's not okay that you had a majority of the population in Egypt protesting in favor of the United States extraditing a filmmaker to Egypt to be put to death for insulting Muhammad. That's not acceptable, right? That's not what people in a civilized people in a post-enlightenment world do. And so I don't know who to critique exactly. Should we critique Egypt, Egyptians? Should we critique? Well, I mean, the bottom line is that's not a totally uncommon position to be held in the Islamic world. That people who insult the Prophet deserve, you know, consequences in terms of violence or criminal prosecution. They imprison atheists in Egypt, which is just like obviously insane. If your religion doesn't affirm freedom of conscience and your interpretation of that religious doctrine in the status quo contemporary modern world is to disavow freedom of conscience either in law as per Egypt or in some less official capacity, well, then it has nothing to do but condemn you. There are core values upon which justice is predicated. Yeah, obviously my cats don't adhere to my understandings of what is moral. If the Berghoff is being like offensive and or not engaging honestly in discourse, don't be afraid to time them out or something, you know? I don't know. I haven't been keeping them up with the chat that much, but I trust your guys' judgment regarding that. I am very skeptical of him across the board. So if I mean, it is in certain contexts, right? I think it's fair to say that there are plenty of contexts in which a woman can't safely go about her business in not just Egypt, but also like India, right? And that has nothing to do with Islam. I don't know why it's that way in India. I mean, I think one thing of it is cats don't rape each other. You know, the male cat is making these noises to try to get the female cat to come over to see him. I know this from having watched my cat, Dixie. She was a virgin, a shy virgin kitty. And there was a male cat who kept meowing from outside, and she really wanted to go out there, but she kept looking at me like, should I go out there? Is it okay? She was very nervous about the whole thing. Okay, well, listen, I didn't say it was your fault, Burkhoff. I said, if the following thing is the case, then do your thing, because I trust your judgment. No, they haven't done anything to you. That's why I trust their judgment, because even though I'm sure you're annoying them, they're not punishing you for being annoying. So just be like, wow, what a just and fair place this is. You're welcome to Burkhoff. That's not how it works, Burkhoff. Well, we were talking about Islam for a bit. Now we're talking about Burkhoff, who's like a little bit, he's got a bit of a wrench obsession. In order to have a successful relationship with a human being, you need to have some degree of empathy. Well, probably true. You have Burkhoff blocked, so Darko doesn't even see Burkhoff's comments. And that's a solution available to everybody, you know. Something, yeah. Sean, I believe you meant to say everything about the Burkhoff seems insincere. Because I think that's the correct way to put this. Literally everything about the Burkhoff seems insincere. I could go play with dry dog shit and be more engaged than Burkhoff, says Darko Crude. Wow. I mean, if you're gonna specify dry dog shit, okay. I mean that's sensible of you, because if it's wet dog shit, then really you probably rather just chat with the Berghoff than play with wet dog shit. It's like arguing with Blaster from Master Blaster. Berghoff says, "Wrench is power, Eric. I like power." Well, good for you. No one wants to pick up wet dog shit with their hands. That's for sure. I mean, you don't want to pick up dry dog shit, but it's something you're willing to consider as an alternative to something else that you find onerous. Sean, we're not tolerating them, all right? It's like you need to commit certain kinds of crimes before you get punished for things. He might not be fond of his name and his whole Nazi shtick, but he hasn't actually said any statements that deserve to be timed out even for, let alone hidden. It is, yeah, okay, that's true. It's not up to me as to whether you allow yourself to see him. You can hide him. Yeah, others can hide him without waiting for me to make the decision. More importantly, by and large, it's more important that we have some kind of consistent standards we apply to things. Like you might come in with a hat that says like angry lesbian and a shirt that says breeders should be neutered. But unless you actually are saying things or behaving in ways that are unacceptable when you actually get here and open your mouth and start talking, well then I'm not going to punish you for your identity, even if I view it as ridiculous or offensive or something. I'm not here to get offended by people. They have to do the job and actually offend me in ways that cross some kind of line before I'm going to try to exercise power to silence them. And again, I trust Diamond and Fly Guy. You'll note that while they might not be particularly fond of him, they haven't done anything to him either. Yeah, well, I'm not like that, Darko. I don't believe that. I mean, the bottom line is this. Um, is that if I tried to eliminate everybody who believed something stupid, had some wrong opinion about shit, there wouldn't be anybody around here but me. You have a reading list for policy related stuff? No. I mean, back when I was keeping up to date with policy stuff, I had multiple like Google alerts set up, and I'd read like Foreign Policy magazine and a couple other things, looking for stuff that was relevant to whatever we were working on. But by and large, what happens is as you work on a succession of cases regarding specific policy matters, you put together an overarching understanding of different kinds of warrants arguments that apply to different kinds of policy arguments. So, for example, there are sets of arguments that link directly to entitlement programs, sets of arguments that link to what are called tax subsidies, which are really just tax breaks used to incentivize certain kind of policy prescriptions. Aliens are here. They are? Well, why don't they come visit me? Why are they always hiding away from me? Well, I don't think it was ever interesting in the first place, Sean. Is I'm going to be provocative by I guess alluding to slash invoking Nazism or something. It's not a it's a rather blunt way to provoke, I guess. It's not especially believable. Oh, nice job. Good job, number 7, interception. Interception. Like, your lies aren't believed by anybody, Burkhoff. I've already told you that already. So, just, yeah. Aliens are here until January. I keyed. So, do you really think that aliens are here observing us nightly 357? Do you think they've engaged with any people? Like, have they, for example, do you think that they've engaged with government officials secretly? Or do you think that they have the same kind of not going to actually talk to you with every human being? Because I've never understood why it would be that aliens would cooperate with human national governments as though that were the default way of doing things in the universe or something. All right. Well, things are looking up. We got that interception, and we're still only down by 7. Boat migrants from Somalia have colonized Germany. Are you sure that Germany has a coastline for them to land their boats on? I'm I'm not sure where the Somali boat people are going to land their boats in Germany. Remember when Howard Stern's movie Private Parts came out and his ratings kept skyrocketing and they couldn't figure out why? The reasoning, they want to hear what he says next. Same with Berghoff. People are complaining about him, won't hide him. Oh yeah, well, they can't hide him. They can make him. I don't know what that's called when you hide him from yourself. Like, I can time him out and hide him. You can block him. This was called. So people can block him, but I don't really know if anybody's complaining about him. I'm just kind of talking about it right now. Oh, okay. Well, gee, good for Germany. I'm glad they have a beach or two. Well, maybe they should have a coast guard to stop Somali boat people from coming to land on their beach. You like Red Sox? Well, this is a family with one Yankees fan and one Dodgers fan in it, so you're not going to get any pro Red Sox stuff around here. Well, he is not necessarily a great troll, but I would say he's more than just a weak troll in the sense that not everything he does is trolling, I don't think. I think to some extent he's trying to engage in a way that is lighthearted but not necessarily duplicitous in some instances. You know, I believe in people being able to grow. And just because you don't find any other live streams worth engaging in a non trolling way, well, this is me. I'm Eric. This is this live stream. Obviously, I'm way better than those other live streams. Burgie just wants to be accepted. I'm not blocking you, Burgie. Bergie. I like that nickname for him, Darko. I'm gonna go with that, Bergie. It's only well, of course he keeps coming back. That proves that he's not a complete idiot, right? He's here, isn't he? He's watching this live stream, engaging with me. That means he's not. He doesn't have, at the very least, he doesn't have abjectly terrible taste in live streams. Maybe instead of condemning him, we shall say, "We believe in you, Burgie. You're better than this. We know that deep inside of you, you have the heart of a golden whore." We did nothing on offense again. Oh no, that's excellent defense, but not quite good enough. Oh my god. That was such good defense by our DB too, or our safety, whatever it was. I'm the same age as your daughter, you're like my American father. Okay, well, you're not I'm not like your American father because if you were like my child, I'd almost never talk to you. Instead, here you are interested in my live stream. My live stream could not be of any less interest to my daughter. She doesn't care at all what I'm up to. Why is heart spelled Heart? Because that's how it's spelled. Okay, because English is a it English spelling in English doesn't follow logically from rules. It's a mishmash of different conventions. Obviously, if that's how something's structured, then you're not going to be able to explain its explanations and its spellings. You're going to be my daughters. You are my daughters. All of you are my daughters. Okay, fine. Well, get busy making me a grandkid then. Jeff Shaw was he was very upset at me all the time. He was determined beyond anything else in life, was he determined to take me down a notch. That Eric needs to be taken down a notch. He thinks he's so good. The thing is, I didn't need to be taken down a notch at all. I'm just doing my best to be correct. But Jeff Shaw was felt very much threatened by anybody who thought they understood things, tried to explain them. Who knows why? Obviously, got a conflicted relationship with somebody named Jeff Shaw. And thinks incorrectly that he has a conflict with me. Well, our trip to the urgent care in Oakhurst, Rachel needed to go there, get antibiotics. It was pretty good. It was a pretty good interaction with a medical professional. First of all, the whole thing only cost $75 plus the cost of the urine test that she had to take, which showed basically no problem. Nothing stood out. There wasn't any glucose in the urine or anything that suggested she had diabetes or anything. In other words, all her vitals checked out fine, and so did her urine. But the doctor's just like, well, have you had a UTI before? And she's like, yeah. And he's all, okay, well, I'll just prescribe you this antibiotic. And we'll get more information when the results come back from the lab. So it was quick, easy, relatively cheap. I mean, the visit I think that was very cheap, $75 for the visit. We only met with the doctor for, I don't know, less than 10 minutes, but that's fine. I didn't need to meet with him for a long time. We just needed to get a prescription for antibiotics. Additionally, I like the fact that we got some test results on Rachel that reassured her that nothing unusual particularly was going on or anything particularly concerning. So that's a good engagement with the medical community. Get what you want, in and out of there quick. We made an appointment, so we didn't have to wait very long before they called her in. We were one of the first people called, and nice. It was quick and easy, Then we went to the pharmacy at CVS, and for some reason, they gave the antibiotics to us for free. I got on my card to pay, and then the total was $0. Why? Why was the total $0? What is going on with CVS? It's like, this happened to me all the time when I went to CVS for my drugs. They would cost a different amount every month. Like, some months it would be $100 and some for my Adderall. The next month it would be like $20. Like, why is it so much cheaper this month? Not that I'm complaining. Oh, we had a coupon for you. Oh, you had a coupon for me, huh? Okay. All right. I think somewhere along the line here is missing the point of coupons, right? Like, a coupon is supposed to encourage me to get that product versus this product or something. I have to get this product no matter what, and I'm not even the one using the coupons. It's not even a coupon for your store. It's a coupon for the drug. Like, what? I don't even, that doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever. I'll take the cheaper drugs, fine. And then next month it'll be like, they split the difference, it'll be like $60. Okay. CVS stands for constantly very shitty. As we were in line at the CVS, because we had them send it to the CVS because we were in Oakhurst already, we were going to go to the grocery store there. Just send it to the CVS, which is next door to the grocery store. So I got to go back to CVS again. And as we're in line, we get in line, like an older gentleman, probably in early 70s or something, gets in line behind us. And I know he was in his early 70s because I heard his birthday, which was 53. So anyway, he starts talking shit about how CVS says, well, you got to get here now because if you get close to lunchtime, sometimes they just take lunch whenever, like they'll be 30 minutes early and they'll say, well, we're taking lunch early today. And you just got to wait. He wasn't even angry at all. He was just like casually, comfortably, naturally talking shit about CVS. So much so that he and Rachel continue standing there and presumably, well, I'm not sure if they were talking shit about CVS the whole time, but as I went and dealt with the CVS with her medication, which unsurprisingly CVS had a problem with. They only had 5 of the days worth of pills of the 7 days worth of pills that she needed. So we have to actually go back there on Monday and get the other 4 pills. Why? Because CVS is constantly very shitty. When we went in there, they had their pointless seasonal aisle in flux. I used to joke that CVS always had something from Easter in it, no matter what time of year you went there. But really, they do change their seasonal thing. The question is, like, why? That's not regular beer. That's non-alcoholic beer. I don't drink alcohol. I do have a good wife, good life, etc., all that stuff, though, but not beers, not alcohol. CVS is just awful. It is really, it's astonishingly bad. And they pulled out the previous holiday, probably Christmas, and they were going to put in, I don't know, whatever comes up next. But how do they even make any money off those holiday goods? Because it seems like that aisle is still full of those things after the holiday, except now they're super on sale. Like, it's just poorly run across the board. It just seems like a nightmare of mismanagement, CVS does. I don't even have a horse in the race anymore. I'm not complaining about CVS because I go there foolishly to get my drugs and have plenty of things to complain about every time I do. I'm just observing, like, wow, now that I'm out of that relationship, I probably underestimated even how shitty CVS is. That's how shitty CVS is. I like to create debate sometimes. Create debate about what? Andrew Tate? I never watched the guy, but from what I understand, he's kind of like, women are dumb. I don't think much of He-Man's woman hating club. It's funny is Rachel using the term in term the term puss shy to mean gun shy. She says, like, I know that I'm using this word wrong, but it's made me a little puss shy. What happened to Rite Aid? Did they go out of business? They're closing a lot of their stores, I think. I'm not sure if they're out of business or if they sold or something. He's a scam artist. He calls me. Yeah, but he's just He-Man woman hating club, okay? Guys who feel like they guys who don't feel reproductively viable and or who feel wronged by women, some of whom legitimately were no doubt wronged by a woman badly, and they are trying to deal with the reality of such by finding an enemy they can get at rather than this woman who's wounded them a great deal and left another interception. Good job. Way to bring it out, too. Oh, a foul. Penalty. Flag that. What are you doing? Good job. Right. So what he's offering is a way to turn women, to help them turn women into those darn meows, Manosphere seems like a gay circle jerk. Well, I think that probably is as apt a comparison to a behavior as you're going to find. It's just you've got men who at their core want to be loved and respected by a woman who herself that's what they want, but because they're not getting it or they can't get that or something, they want to dehumanize women so that makes them feel better, I guess. Like, well, there's no, I'm not missing out on anything because women are horrible or something. Yeah, it's probably something like that. But who am I to come up with psychological explanations like of that sort that are unsubstantiatable? I'm not likely to do that. I will say, however, that it's ugly. It smells weak, The whole thing smells of weakness to me. No, Sage, I didn't say that. I didn't say women are horrible. I said, um, you know, that's the messaging over there. I believe women are not horrible. This channel is sometimes about anchovies. Right now, it's about how ladies aren't terrible. Well, sexy. I mean, the thing is, it's very easy to be stupid in a way that stands next to things that may be accurate critiques, right? The point is that Tate's wrong because he's creating boogeymen. In fact, there may be individuals who behave as his stereotypical wokist does, but there are no such group of wokists that act as some kind of monolithic force. Same thing with women, same thing with feminism. I consider myself a feminist. I'm actually a feminist because I'm an individualist. But I'm not subject to whatever accurate critiques he might have of something that's accurately critiqued. But most of all, Tate is playing like outrage hand job. He's playing outrage hand job, right? He's saying instead of actually engaging with women in a realistic way, with politics in a realistic way, in a dispassionate fashion, with relationships, with society, I'm going to paint it as just insanity deserving of no respect, only dehumanization of such parties who would believe in such insanity, etc., and make you feel a certain amount of vicarious smugness. Like that's not that's not discourse, and it's not any kind of healthy entertainment even. It's tugging on your anger chakra. Well, look, there's nothing destructive about, say, a wokist paradigm. A wokist paradigm is one that says inclusion is good, that just because of some physicality outside of your control should not define your engagement with the world. It should be meritocratous. Feminists begin with the reality that society is often not meritocratic towards women. They're much more likely to suffer from things like sexual assault and harassment, and they're more vulnerable in general in various ways. They're also empowered in various ways, but the thing is, every individual has some ability to make determinations about their own life and choose their own course and so forth, and believing in this demonization of others instead of actual engaging with real policy matters is a problem. So it's like, is it the case, for example, that transgendered athletes should not be able to compete in the gender other than their actual birth gender, their birth sex? Yes, that's absolutely correct. But most of all, what it is a way to, for people who aren't willing or able to engage intellectually with things, to engage emotionally in a way that's destructive with politics. So, in no sane world do any of these people care at all, because it's such a minor problem, that it's something that needs to be resolved this way instead of this way. But these people are viewing it as some kind of big cultural war, um, wedge issue, right? There are so few transgender people. The idea that somehow they pose a threat to anybody is insane. But there are plenty of people out there who are like, that's the example of the wokest degenerate. They're trying to get our kids to be mentally degenerate. Blah, blah. The thing is, sexy, what's mentally degenerative is that you are fixated on it with such passion, even though presumably you're not about to get a transgender surgery. No one you know is going to get transgender surgery, but you're fixated on it. You think it's appalling. It appalls the conscience. Of course, it appalls the conscience that you could pathologize someone else exercising their own ownership rights over their own body so much. Like, don't you have your own fucking problems? No, I don't. I don't have enough of my own problems. I got to go pick on this group that could not be any more disenfranchised. Like, you think it's easy to be a transgender person? I don't think so. You might say, well, it's not okay. They shouldn't be telling people it's okay. Why? What are you afraid of? Like, are you afraid you're going to start cutting off your dick one day? Just like, obviously, what you're doing here is you're saying, I am emotionally attached to the idea of there being this bad guy group with an agenda to destroy traditional values or some other bullshit. Just like, get over it, bro. Get the fuck over it. It's not a bad thing that movies, TV shows, whatever, are more inclusive now, that they include not just beautiful straight white people. It is a good thing that they're more inclusive. Is it good when people place political agendas ahead of aesthetic concerns in art? Absolutely not. It's always a fucking nightmare. And it doesn't matter what the politics are. Art is no place for politics. It's always a mistake to include to make decisions based on politics when you're doing art. But that doesn't mean that the general principle of inclusiveness and representationalism, like that, that it's better if we some diversity in TV shows and shit, because that's what we see in real life, and it's more interesting than homogeny. No, well, you did say something specific. You said something very specific that was ridiculous and an example of bullshit. And I called you out on it for a good cause. You just misunderstand. You said specifically, oh, I can't find it. I don't want to argue with anyone. It's mentally degenerative. So that right there is an indicative of somebody saying something that doesn't mean anything. It's like, it's not degenerate. Like, you might call it a degenerate gambler means they they sacrifice everything in favor of more gambling, I guess. But elective surgery doesn't represent a moral failing. I just read it to you. Mentally degenerative. So I just read what you said, and of course, the thing is, there's nothing degenerate about elective surgery, even if we don't personally approve of it. Like, having a big problem with what somebody else does with their body is probably more indicative of your own fears than anything else. Like, I'm not a believer in cosmetic surgery either, in most instances. But what I'm more not a believer in is telling other people what to do with their bodies. That's not my concern. Can you respond to what I said about it? It says no sage. Let me see what you said. The real BS is you can't. No, that's not what you said. Let's see. Where is what you said? Individualism and meritocracy should be the goal, but while groups are against me because of groups I didn't choose to be in, I'll align with those groups for my own protection and benefit. I mean, who's against you? The only group worth aligning yourself with is the one that's in favor of meritocracy. Otherwise, you're part of the problem, not part of the solution. You see the solution as your own interests exclusively, but you can't critique the other people for being purportedly against you unless you are talking about them prioritizing something unfair. If you're trying to say, well, therefore I'm going to get with people who prioritize something unfair, then there's no reason to conclude either party is any better or worse than the other. You know the thing about trans people? Trans people trying to get you or something? Discriminate against you in some way? I don't understand. What is that? It's a beetle of some kind. There's a big spider over there, and there's a beetle right there. Got some bugs going on. 7-7. USC scored that touchdown after that interception. That's good. It's a tie game, and we are in the second quarter, 9 minutes left. I look sick. Thanks. I do look sick, bro. It's because I roll with the sickest threads. I got the pimp in his crib. You know, I got all the street cred in the world thanks to my urban background. No, I understand that groupism is a big problem in every instance, right? So wokeists who want to explain things in the world via groupism, like disenfranchised groups and races and stuff that need extra help and all that shit, that obviously that's horrible and bad. So is every attempt to eliminate the actual critique of real individuals doing real things, right? So, in other words, your critique of wokeists puts you with the wokeists. You're with them. You're one of them. You're a wokist. So I don't approve of that kind of groupism, but you and 95% of people are idiots about this sort of thing. They too think like but the group I demonize and turn into a monster is actually deserving of this outrage. You're not getting the point that that's not a productive way to engage intellectually or politically. So, to the extent that you include yourself among the wokists, then I agree. What you're doing is stupid. You're, instead of being real and engaging with specific policy prescriptions or matters, because, if you want to say nobody should be given any advantage in hiring because of their race, gender, or sexuality or anything, I agree with you completely. There should not be oh, well, because you're a black lesbian, we don't have very many of you, we're going to hire you. It should always be meritocracy. There should be zero exceptions. Okay, well, no, Sage, I think you are, um, you're not talking about anything specific, right? So it's like, if you want to say that there is there are specific legislative agendas that you oppose that somehow force you to, I don't know, become trans or do whatever, well, obviously we should all be opposed to those things, right? Because we have an individual first frame of reference that remembers that trans people are not a threat, straight people aren't a threat, white people aren't a threat, blah, 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 are a threat. What's a threat is a bad piece of legislation. That's a threat that's proposed, and it's a threat for specific reasons specific to that legislation. That's called engaging intelligently with stuff. This guy doesn't even read the comments. I mean, I do read the comments. That's mostly what I do. Today we're watching football though, so it's a little bit different. Um, but yeah, the thing is, the rotten apple. It's generally a good idea for you to be someplace for some stretch of time before making statements about what you know about that stretch of time. In New York City, it's required for people to refer to. Okay, well, no, that's look. If those laws actually exist in New York City or in California, they're unconstitutional. Obviously, you cannot compel me to refer to you in specific ways. It's not defamatory in any way, and it's absolutely not the case that any such law, if applied, would ever withstand scrutiny in the Supreme Court. I'm aware of Canada's ridiculous policies regarding speech, but again, note that that's not about trans people. That's about our understanding of people's rights versus prospective obligations or duties. So, in no way, shape, or form can anybody be said to have an obligation to refer to you by any pronoun or to use pronouns at all. I don't have to even use an adjective. Say that person right there and point to you, or the person to whom we're referring. And additionally, the idea that one could be compelled to use preferred pronouns is essentially saying you can be compelled to lie, because your pronouns don't represent something like the person's name, where you can say it's reasonable for me to expect you to refer to me by the name I tell you is my name. Not that there should be laws about it, but it's reasonable, right? But if I perceive you as a man and I'm expected to say her and she, then I'm expected to lie, because my pronouns represent my perceptions and not and they don't have to do with you. In other words, I'm not saying you perceive yourself as a woman or a man or whatever. I'm saying I perceive you as such. You're asking me to say otherwise, and you're asking me to lie. So the thing is, we are very poorly served when we get distracted by the decorations from the actual issue that matters. Does freedom of speech matter? Absolutely. Does it matter whether or not I can be compelled to lie? Absolutely. Does it matter what about? No. So obviously, compelled speech laws are not going to fly in America. They won't withstand any court scrutiny. It's an incorporated Bill of Rights, right? So, well, let Canada deal with Canada's problems. I'm not. The point is, it doesn't matter if this moment's assault on individual rights is by the trans people or the anti mule deer society or any other thing, right? It's like when we get fixated on the partisan aspects of things, like the fact that the right has this weird fear of trans people. Canada is not America, okay? And shit that might fly in Canada is not going to fly here. There's plenty of precedent in American jurisprudence regarding the constitutional right guaranteed by the First Amendment, protected by the First Amendment. The courts have done an excellent job of in this area only, maybe. In a lot of other areas, not so much, but in this area, they've done an excellent job of parsing out things that qualify as protected speech, things that qualify as, say, protected silence. You know, silence in America is protected. Another, oh my God, we threw an interception. Well, I mean, it's Sean's problem, and that's Canada's problem, and not my problem. So, what I'm saying, if you were Canadian and you're saying I'm fighting the good fight against an agenda-driven, fundamentally wicked um, trespass upon individual rights, well, I agree with you completely, obviously. But the thing is, if you try to fight the anti-mule deer society because they're advocating to force you to say mule deer after every sentence, then you are missing the point, right? You're doing something bad. You are saying the problem is the mule deer society when the problem is not. The problem is universal and it ought to be applied universally. Obviously, nobody can be expected to engage in compelled speech with very, very narrow exceptions, like if somebody is if the court's trying to compel somebody to reveal a source in a criminal case, that kind of thing, you know. Well, it is important to consider how groups advocate and vote, but you'll note that trans people do not comprise a voting bloc. In other words, the trans label does not organize people according to their politics. It is not the case at all that all trans people are in favor of compelled speech or laws about pronouns. In fact, the vast majority of them, I would assume, are not. So it's fine to say, look, this voting bloc is consistently voting in this way. In other words, like the Republicans, Democrats, Libertarians. You could even say potentially this demographic of like urban voters under the age of 27 or something like that. But trans people do not comprise such a voting bloc. There's no reason to assume they all have the same politics. The decision to change your body is not a political decision. Okay, well, again, you're focused on people in those age, which means you're thinking about politics incorrectly. We want to try to stop that and understand that instead of talking about like people with a bad agenda that are the bad guys, we want to actually discuss real things. So it's like if you want to highlight a specific policy that's bad, then we can explain why it's a bad policy. It had nothing to do there's not going to link in some exciting, outrage-inducing way to your demonized population. So unfortunately, that means if you want to engage politically about something in a meaningful way, you don't get to be outraged. That doesn't get to be the engine of the engagement. I was listening to you speech. You are so smart, like Albert Einstein, bro. Well, I don't claim to be smart. I don't care about being smart. Okay, because being smart and $5 will get you a cup of coffee. What I am is correct. Correct is different than smart. Anybody can be correct just by being correct. I'm going to make some food now. Let's cook some food. Let me pause this game a bit so I don't miss any of the game, and then we're going to make some food. What do you guys want to eat? Anybody have any opinions? Hi, Octavio Silva. Forged in Hell's Flame. I won't transform the language I use to suit a political agenda. Well, neither would I. Neither will I. I won't. I won't be compelled to do that. I might be agreeable to making accommodations for some people in some instances, but it would depend on the circumstances and etc. At the same time, I'm also not looking to use someone else's personal experience as a political platform. So if I am dealing with an actual trans person, you know, probably likely to, like, sometimes I type people, I'm not really sure what's going on here with this, you know. They're talking about their partner, I don't know what gender they are. I'll try to go with them because I don't know. Now, if I see them and perceive them as whatever and refer to them as such, and I'm wrong, well, that's the risk you take when you are not binary gender oriented, I guess. Right, what am I doing? I'm making food. First, let's take the trash out. Most importantly, it's like we're all getting all upset about these culture war things. Why don't we focus on something that we should all agree on but don't all agree on? If you want to pick on, say, the left about something, focus on something that matters. Like, we should all agree that raising taxes is bad. Okay? The federal government has more than enough tax revenue. We should all agree on it. There shouldn't be a single person in the whole country who thinks raising taxes is a good idea. We should all agree that raising taxes on rich people does not make poor people richer. Because note how you're not demonizing anybody. You're saying, hey, I don't want to take taxes from you, trans people. I don't want to increase taxes on you, straight people, gay people, married people, single people, black people, white people. I don't want to increase taxes on any of you. Here's something we should all agree on. Hating James Corden for being cringe and a jerk is not warranted. I mean, those seem like two of the best reasons to hate somebody. We should all agree that human trafficking is bad, right? We should all agree that Ashton Kutcher deserves to be tried and put in jail for bullshit. That's my Johnny shirt. To have an out-of-state license for more than 2 months. The Canadian wasn't arrested because American cops are assholes. She was just breaking a messed up law. Here's another thing. Claw machines are scams and they should not be tolerated. I'm throwing that in paint to flip it. What did Ashton Kutcher do? Well, probably everything that Diddy did. You know, his two best friends are Danny Masterson, who's been he was a convicted serial forcible rapist, and Diddy, who we all know is a supervillain of unequal proportions. Kutcher is a complete fucking scumbag. So is Diddy. Kutcher wrote a letter in support of Danny Masterson to the judge, telling him to not punish him very hard. That it would be injustice because he's such a good guy. Yeah, they give me bad vibes too, Diamond. Yeah, he killed his date. Exactly. I think so too, Darko. Or at least he interfered with the investigation. I agree that Epstein, well, I mean, the Epstein client list, meaning what? Like people that he had some kind of okay, fine. Hatred is too strong for cringe jerk. Fair enough. Okay, so let's hate James Corden in the colloquial sense, and let's actually hate Ashton Kutcher. Kunis isn't even hot. She also wrote a letter of support for Danny Masterson. So these two celebrities decided to take, use all the weight they could muster to throw behind their convicted serial rapist friend to get him leniency, even though Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis actually knew the victims too. What do you think about that? You want to consult me about an EHP you're writing? I mean, a character? You could just text me at some point, being like, when I'm not live streaming, be like, "Are you available now? This is Octavia Silva," and I'll be like, "Yeah, just let me make a meeting, and then you give me your email address, and I'll put it in the meeting, and it'll automatically mail you." Like that. Who's a whack rapper? Are you talking about a whack MC who acts like a clown? Why was some Canadian arrested? I don't know. If it happened in Florida, I have my doubts about Florida, obviously. Florida's kind of crazy. Kind of a crazy place. Starting new conspiracy theories award goes to you. Mila Kunis is a trans woman. She was born Milo Kunis. Amazing. No. I'm saying text me. We have to do this thing one step at a time. Sometime when I'm not live streaming and you want to talk to me, text me and say, "Hey, this is Octavia Silva. Remember that thing?" Or just say, "Can we meet?" And probably I'll be like, "Yeah." And then I'll put in a Google Meet thing, and then I'll find your email, and then I'll put it in. You're getting ahead of the thing here. We can't worry about that step till we get there. I need all the friends I can get, according to show media. I do. Have you ever been with a Russian Ukrainian gal? G? No, he hasn't. Neither have I. Let's go, Trojans. 1st and 10, running play. 4:05 left in the second half. You're getting ahead of yourself, Sean. I lived in Orlando for over 2 years before I was pulled over and told about that law. Prior to that, I was pulled over 5 times in a month and a half. Huh. Well, just stay out of Florida, everybody. Florida seems like a weird place. I don't know. I've never been there, but it's just no. Let's just not. Let's just not do Florida. It's like California with more swamps. You got pulled over for headlight issues, but none of those cops told me I couldn't be employed in Florida without an out-of-state license. Well, why would the cops even know whether you were employed or not? There's no reason for them to ask about your employment. You know, even if it is, I mean, I'm pretty sure it can't be illegal to work in Florida with an out-of-state license. Maybe if you're not a citizen of the United States, but that surely qualifies as one of those kind of interstate commerce, shared currency things that we have. Even if they had such a law, it's like, how would they catch you? Let's say you come in from out of state for work. I got to fly to Florida to have a business meeting with Mia people about Mia. Well, I mean, are you going to arrest every businessman who has a meeting in Florida for working in the state of Florida even though they live someplace else? It's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, I'm going to empty out this grease. Now I'm going to get here, you guys can look and see, I'm going to get a paper towel or two to get more grease out of the bottom, as per Mia, as you can see. I'm celebrating the moments of my life. Maybe it's something we should all do all the time. Celebrate the moments of my life, I mean. Like this moment, some other moments, the whole 9 yards. As I'm scraping off these bits of black stuff on the bottom here, I just rinse this into the sink. Send those bits of greasy Mia down the drain. Then I'm going to get a little bit of soap. I'm going to soap it up like Mia. I'm going to give it the old scrub rubs like that. As you see, I'm demonstrating for you in front of the camera because I'm such a good entertainer. Now we're going to rinse that off with our rinsing fingers. I'm going to kind of rub away any residual soap grease combo stuff. Get another couple of paper towels. We get the old wiperoo, the old 1-2 wiperoo. It's a pre-cooking wipe that helps prepare your pan for cook. And we're going to put it down over here. Back on the fire. We're going to turn the fire off now. Now we're going to get a food to put into this pan. Hi, Step Boy Klaus. Hi. Somebody else? You just want to make it an international Canadian thing. This is dinner. This is the dinner part, Step Boy Klaus. It isn't a dinner. You may think that dinner cooks itself, Step Boy Klaus, but I got some news for you. You're just spoiled. Spoiled by a wonderful man named Eric who just slaves over a hot stove all day to cook you dinner. Alright, fine. I'm gonna have this sausage. This is my sausage, and I'm going to cook it. I don't know if Rachel wants sausage sandwich too. I'm just gonna have one sausage sandwich. Sometimes I might be like, I'm hungry, I'm gonna have 2 sausage sandwiches, but not tonight, I think. We're gonna go 1 sandwich, 1 love, 1 togetherness, united forever in solidarity. Communitarianism forever. Because we, the group, will always agree with each other. That's why I believe in community. I believe in the group. Because I know that if we're all well-intentioned, we'll always be in agreement. You know, about those bad corporations. They're greedy. Capitalism is destroying the world. Like that kind of stuff. If you want to shit on people, shit on those people. Because those people, they're not even arguing in their own interest. What they're arguing is against everybody's interest so much. Like, let's take the let's take the buying, spending, deciding power away from the people who earn the money and centralize it and put it in the hands of some idiots, you know? Yeah. If we're all well intentioned, we'll all be in agreement. Famous last words before genocide starts. Exactly. Did I mention to you guys my new idea for a exciting YouTube channel called Oops-a-Daisy? It looks at some of the most horrific moments in human history through the lens of Oops-a-Daisy. Like, for example, Oops-a-Daisy, the Great Depression, or Oops-a-Daisy, the Holocaust. Oops-a-Daisy, the Black Plague. Oops-a-Daisy, Stalinism. Oops-a-Daisy, ISIS. Oops-a-Daisy, it's ISIS. It basically talks about how every horrible thing in life is an accident. Yeah. Oops-a-Daisy, Hiroshima. Well, gosh. I mean, I didn't think it would turn out like this. Maybe you like that story? I remember that story. I don't remember writing it down, but I know the story you're talking about. I told that story to Delilah when she was a kid. All right, so 3rd and 7. SC has the ball, tie game. We're certainly holding our own with Texas A&M, which I appreciate. At the beginning of the game, it looked like we might get manhandled here. Went 3 and out and gave a quick touchdown, but oops-a-daisy, Twin Towers, right? Oops-a-daisy, weapons of mass destruction. Oops-a-daisy, I guess there weren't any weapons of mass destruction. Did we break the Middle East again? Oops-a-daisy. We had no way of knowing. We just were like, hey, I predict good impacts. So, we did it. After all, if you think something's going to turn out with good impacts, there's no other possible way to determine whether you should do it. Like, like that time I robbed the liquor store. I did an impact calculus. If I get away with it, I will have more money than I do now. How was I supposed to know that some old lady would get in my way on the way out and I have to shoot her? That's not my fault. No, that's not how it works, people of the world. No more oops-a-daisy. George W. Bush. Just bringing freedom and democracy. It's like if the U.S. wants to bring freedom and democracy to someplace, they should have brought it to North Korea. We're actually still at war with North Korea. The U.S. could have used force justifiably there because it wouldn't have required any changing of current statuses. And the North Korean people have suffered long enough. They deserve to be not enslaved all the time. It's like the idea that it might be worth our time and a good idea to liberate an enslaved population from a dictator's control. It's not inherently a terrible idea. It's just that's not what we did in Iraq because Saddam Hussein was bad, but that was no North Korea. It's not like it wasn't a it was a self-serving dictatorship, sure, but it wasn't a slave state like North Korea. Also, unlike North Korea, there's nobody to integrate Iraq into modern understanding of society at all. Whereas with North Korea, if you were to knock out the North Korean regime, South Korea is there to reintegrate them into South Korean society. Kind of important, you know. It's like East Germany wasn't a big problem after the DDR collapsed. Is that what it's called? Regardless, whatever it's called. Because regular Germany was there to help segue them from, you know, decades-long nightmare of insanity into a life where things make at least some little semblance of sense. A just society is one that favors things that are correct because they are correct, and contra favors things that are wrong because they are wrong. A North Korean got sentenced to death for watching K-pop. Who assumes the U.S. actually cares or has good intentions? I mean, I am of the mindset that says George W. Bush actually believed that he was doing a good thing, making a good decision to go invade Iraq. Even if 9/11 was an inside job, I find it unlikely that George W. Bush was in on that part. Oh no! Oof. So it's like, I'm not assuming the U.S. cares or has good intentions. I'm saying that, fortunately, we don't need to care or have intentions of either sort in order to know what we ought not to do and what we ought to do, or whether or not something we're proposing to do is legitimate. In other words, passes the first questions test. If anything, we probably. Oh, wow, that's roughing the kicker. That punter just got laid out. Oh my God. Our punter just got devastated. He's still down rolling around the ground. That has got to be roughing the punter. If there's ever been a roughing the punter penalty, that's got to be the one. Let's see this shit. Show the replay. I want to show this punter getting blown up. That's right. That's right. Take that, Texas A&M. Look at this shit. Look at this. It was a good punt. I mean, it went all the way down to like the 1 yard line, so I don't think it was tipped. It wouldn't have ended up exactly where he wanted it to if it had been tipped. They're looking for the tip punt, but it wasn't blocked at all. Wow. Do you think America would go help a country just because it's the right thing if it didn't benefit America's interest? Well, I mean, the thing is, here, Lamb, if it really is the right thing, then it's in everyone's interest for us to do it, right? But whether or not it's the right thing can be a complicated question. So, would it be the right thing for us to go deal with North Korea? Well, it definitely would have been before they had nuclear weapons, because then the amount of death and destruction that you're going to have to deal with in order to accomplish your outcome is predictably localized in terms of location, but also in terms of time. You're not going to have lasting radioactivity, shit like that. And it's very unlikely that North Korea, prior to getting nuclear weapons, could do any substantial enough damage to South Korea in the amount of time that they retain military effectiveness to make it unjustified to go in. If you want to go in and knock off North Korea now, you have to make sure that you feel very confident that they're not going to be able to fire off any nuclear weapons. So the thing is, yeah, I do think the U.S. does what it believes to be the right thing plenty of times. I think we're on the correct side of things plenty of times. The U.S. is helping Ukraine, and yes, it's in the U.S. interest to not have an unchecked authoritarian aggressor in Russia invading sovereign nations that are basically our ally without consequence. Of course, it's in our interest to check that to some extent. Of course, it's in our interest to protect Taiwan from China. But it's not in our interest to get involved in some Middle East morass where it doesn't matter how much we like assist. The real people in charge are always going to be um, Islamists. You know. I mean, Sean, it doesn't really matter if the U.S. was instrumental in causing the Russian invasion, which of course is insane and stupid. You know, it's like there's nothing the U.S. did that caused Russia to trespass against the boundaries of Ukraine, violate their national sovereignty, invade, send false flag troops in to pretend to be Russians, people of Russian background in Donetsk and Luhansk, etc. And indeed, when we took Ukraine's nuclear weapons, when we agreed to protect them from Russian aggression, we did not say, unless we have something to do with causing it or any other stipulations like that. Nor were any stipulations understood. Nor could it be understood in any sane world except one in which somebody for subjective, probably partisan reasons has a position on Ukraine other than the U.S. should be 100% in supporting Ukraine. There's no possible reason that anybody could oppose that and be correct. Okay? Just how it is. Given the history and everything, there's no. If you're opposed to the U.S. supporting Ukraine in their conflict with Russia, you've purchased some highly politicized bullshit messages. So I'm not sure which group of idiots is pushing that particular agenda, but don't believe it. I'm correct about things, remember? It's what I do. It's my job. My specialty. Alright, so I'm going to get one of these buns here. So yeah, I mean, it's not always cut and dry like it is in Ukraine and I think even North Korea, more or less, depending on how much assurance, say, military leaders could give you about North Korean nukes. And it's not always as clear cut as, say, the invasion of Iraq, which was a terrible idea on its face from the very outset of its conception, and which I opposed accordingly from the very outset. The free world never accomplished anything by appeasing, you know. You can't appease authoritarians who have disregard for legitimacy concerns entirely and expect any good outcomes. You're just encouraging them to take more and more and more. You can't appease your way to peace. Well, okay, Putin, you can have Ukraine, but promise you won't invade Estonia. We promise, yeah, we promise. Okay then. We're a little bitch, so you know, we believe you. Hey, I thought you weren't gonna invade Estonia. Oops-a-daisy. Did I do that? Yeah, let's try not to repeat the lessons, the ill-learned lessons of oops-a-daisy. And, you know, it's like sometimes a principled approach to the thing doesn't produce the results you might want. Like, for example, would it be better for Hong Kong to not be under Chinese control? Absolutely. Was it better off under British control? Absolutely. But Britain made a deal with China, and they gave it back to China when they said they were going to, right? So they followed their deal. On the other hand, should we let China have any piece of Taiwan at all? Absolutely not. Should we be willing to send military force, blockades, etc. to the region to ensure that China doesn't exercise undue influence? Absolutely. Will China escalate into a full-scale war over this? Absolutely not. But to the extent that we continue to pay lip service to their bullshit, calling it Chinese Taipei and stuff, then, you know, we're just making it more volatile. We need to draw clear lines in the sand and follow through on them. Just like we did with Ukraine. We said, okay, we'll take your nuclear weapons, we'll draw a clear line in the sand. So if Russia ever aggresses, we will be there to protect you. And then we did, but now it turns out we were just a bunch of little bitches. Little cunts, you know. We make promises they don't keep when your very existence is at stake, you know. Like if you're not gonna, don't make promises like that then. And everybody's really obsessed with either portraying the U.S. as the bad guy who's getting in all these other countries' business and up to all this bullshit, etc., which is not entirely untrue, or they're convinced with us not trying to be the good guy. Like, look, we got to worry about our own shit. We don't need to. The thing is, nobody benefits from North Korea. Nobody that ought to benefits from North Korea. Not any North Korean. The only people who benefit from North Korea are like Kim Jong-un and his family. The world, if the North Korean markets were like South Korean markets, well then we could both buy stuff from them and sell stuff to them. Nobody benefits when authoritarianism and its bullshit justifications win the day. That doesn't mean we need to be world police of every instance of authoritarianism that exists. It does mean that if you've got, you know, allies like Ukraine basically steeped in the Western traditions of individualism, that there's still a line between the good guys and the bad guys, you know? can determine whether or not it's in the interest of justice based on evaluating the situation on its merits. You know, it's not just a bunch of morally indistinguishable grays. It requires a little bit of depthness of analysis. Understanding the facts that are relevant and having good analysis. Alright, we're going to put these meats onto this bun. Then we're going to eat this food. Fun, fun, fun. There. Now let's go take this food over to where it belongs. I should say over here. This is sausage. I don't know what kind of meat is in it. Pork, probably. Maybe pork and beef, but I don't think there's any chicken in it. It's Italian sausage. I'm not sure what they put in it. It's like sweet Italian sausage. Not the spicy one, because I am a bit of a gringo when it comes to spiciness. Not a huge spiciness fan. Here we go. No, I don't have time to add all those fancy things you're talking about here, Lamb. I mean, G. Doesn't need those things, and no. All right, it's halftime at the SC game. I'm gonna zoom forward, see if I can get the start of the second half here, or if it's still halftime. All right. Tie game. Try the third quarter, 7-7. Thanks, Berg. Bergie. Well, you know, rocket ship technology, it doesn't have a political affinity. It's a Heineken Zero. It doesn't have any alcohol in it. USC, Texas A&M. I got a little time saved up, so right now they just kicked off in the third quarter to Texas A&M. It's a little further in the future than that in real time, but yeah, our defenses look good. Our offense does not look that great. Well, the thing is, I'm all in favor of it being one China, Taiwan and China, you know. I just want Taiwan to be in charge of it. The government in Taiwan is I guess the legacy of the former nationalist government in China that was displaced by Mao Zedong and the communists. What does non-alcoholic beer do for you? It's a good tasting beverage, I like it. It's like if this morning and I'm eating breakfast pastries, I want to eat those with coffee. Those are meant to go together. This kind of like bratwurst sandwich kind of thing. Meant to go with beer. And unlike every other form of alcohol, beer makes sense as a non-alcoholic thing because not that much of its taste is reliant on alcohol. Like I never drink non-alcoholic wine because it would just be pointless and silly. Come on, defense, let's go. Oh, get him, tackle. Non-alcoholic liquor, that's where the money is. Well, it is true that Rich and I, when we go out to dinner at a fancy restaurant, sometimes we'll get a mocktail, some of which have fake liquor. Because they do have like non-alcoholic whiskey, believe it or not. But I don't generally buy that. Oh. For consumption at home, I don't buy it or anything. You want to take endless shots of booze with your friends without the buzz? Right. Well, you know, most non-alcoholic beers, majority of them, I'd say, have more than zero alcohol in them. To be qualified non-alcoholic, you have to have less than 0.5%. This one's completely alcohol-free, but like the Coors Edge that I drink, that has a little bit of alcohol in it. Even so, doesn't matter how many of those things I would drink in a row, I'd never get buzzed. Cheers, I'm in Macmer. Happy New Year to you too. Not good. Texas A&M just scored a touchdown. It was a good catch. It was excellent defense, but better offense.
There it is. That's full if you want. Is it off?
All right. SC's gotten the ball. You made it fairly obvious, don't? What's obvious, don't? Do no sagu? You're fine, C. Robbins. Go right ahead. This live stream chat is clothing optional. But you know, don't be like naked at Walmart and say, well, Eric said this chat was live stream was clothing optional. They're not gonna buy that. They're not gonna go with that. Oh yeah, I was eating sausages. I get it. Sausage is the kind of food you want to respect enough to wear pants to dinner, but I'm already done eating anyway. You have a headache? Well, maybe you should take a couple Tylenol. Apparently, a Tylenol doesn't just treat headaches, it treats empathy. That's right. Tylenol makes you less empathetic. This blood is delicious. What is this? We're going to have to punt the ball. The UC offense looks sorry. Come on, guys. What are you doing? Tylenol cured your gay cousin after using it. He became straight. So it cured his headache, but only at the cost of making him straight. Flumapirin? I don't know about flumapirin. I don't know what that is. I'm talking about acetaminophen, aka Tylenol. Isn't empathy a learned behavior? I don't think it's a behavior. I think it's a... I think it's a habit of kind of putting yourself in the other person's shoes. And then took some Advil and some Ben Gay and went back to his old routine. Well, that's good. Wee-weeing on me is likely forbidden. Wait, no one's allowed to pee on you? Is that what you're saying, No Sage? Not even me? What if it's from a high balcony above you? So it just feels like a light mist. Das ist verboten? Oh no. Nothing's really forbidden until it's forbidden in German. Oh my God, Cam's World caught me. It's true. This is a wig. Underneath this wig, I have a full head of hair. Tylenol's better. Horrible, horrible failure. Horrible, horrible failure. Lo siento. If you had to get rid of one political ideology, what would it be? I mean, you don't really get any clearly articulated political ideologies anymore, you know. I'd probably try to get rid of the misconception that raising taxes helps. Or that, you know, in general, it's good for the government to get a lot of tax revenue. Yeah, Acacia has saved a lot of lives here in the chat before. It is true that you can easily die from taking too much Tylenol, but it's not cumulative like that. So it'll take a lot of it at once, and comparatively little compared to other things. I'm not vaping. I'm just pulling bong rips. I mean, I believe in Tylenol over Advil, but you know, it seems as though every person is either a serotonin person or a dopamine person. Dopamine people tend to like Tylenol better. Serotonin people like Advil better. That's not passing it. Oh, bullshit! What's with that fucking late flag? I did. It probably was, though. Probably was pass interference. I mean, I know they called it that. I'm saying, yeah, okay, that qualifies as pass interference. Fine. Fine, that's pass interference. Come on, USC. Why are you failing so much? Los Angeles? I don't know where I'm from. Someplace like that. Latina. Yes, I am a Latina. I am a sexy Latina, Burkhoff. Ooh, chachi! You want to see another spring break? A spring break! Taiwan is the real China. Long live the king. You mean the Chang? No, I mean the Chang. I mean the Chong. What are you talking about, you racist? No bueno. Put it into your body. I'm gonna put it in my body like a burrito. Oh, ay, mi tata, sí. Mijo. Ven, ven aquí, mijo. I'm the sexiest Latina you'll ever meet. I'm a freak in the sheets and a lady in the streets. Arriba, arriba. She has too many Anyas for you, okay, Berghoff? She's 110 years old. Chorizo! Un salchicho de mexicano. because you could not get their song out of your head. I don't blame you for choosing to say flight accordingly. You know. Oh, so you're 26, huh, Bergie? I warn you as well. Acacia may be a sexy Latina, but she has a sexy Latino boyfriend. In keeping with your racist ways, they are mating within the race. What for me do you say that me? Eric S. Pendejo? I'm not a pendejo. Okay? I'm a puta. No, I mean, wait, hold on. That means great guy, right? Well, Bergie, you and my daughter can be 26, but I refuse to be 26. Spain is different than Mexico in this age. In Spain, it's like, I want to eat a paella and go play some soccer. Oh, that's your best Mexican impression. The SS. Anyway, Spain and Mexico are different. Spain has vosotros. Mexico doesn't have any vosotros. Mole sucks. All right, cool. Show media's tacticals. Statisticals. Show media's testicle stats. There's a great book that Show Media has compiled full of nothing but stats about testicles. State stickles. What are state stickles? Are those the testicles of a state? Field goal attempt by Texas A&M is good. Don't get testy with me. NSDAP. Aren't you some kind of Nazi? I'm not a Nazi, no. I'm Nazi free. I'm the guy who said, hey, you Nazis, shut up. I'm the scolder in chief. My job is to scold everybody all around the world for all of the various things that they're wrong for. A gay statist. No, I don't have a lawnmower. Well, maybe I do have a lawnmower actually, but no, I would not use the lawnmower inside the house to entertain you or for any other reason. Lawnmowers don't belong inside the house. I'm all in favor of entertaining you, but only if entertaining you is incidental to what I happen to be doing right now. I am from Los Angeles. Yes. Artisan hashtaggery. Sounds like a bullshit tag for like some kind of boutique PR firm. You know, rich narrative and artisan hashtaggery. And Kenton IPF, we're so, cute. Aren't we adorbs with our artisan hashtaggery? That's passive interference! Oh, you want to call it on us all those times, and that guy totally is guilty of it, and you didn't throw a flag. You cheaty refs. We're down by 10 points. This is not a good sign. But he's totally there before the ball got there. All right, well, maybe it wasn't as pass interference as the ones they called against us, but still. Come on, SC, let's go. Don't fuck around. Horrible, shitty failure. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I was thinking I was going to say again one of these as well. So it's fine to take time off. You take like 2 of them. Just wait a little while before you take any more, Wait an hour or 2. A couple, more than that even really. But it's like as long as you don't take too many all at once, it's not that bad for you. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Interception. Just, oh. Just, oh. All right, let's take some Tylenol, which, of course, according to No Sage, are gay pills. They make you gay. Let's try them. Let's find out. Hey, does anybody have any cock? I could really go for some penis right now. Oh my God, they do make you gay. I had no idea. No, I'm not Dr. House. I'm not even Mr. House. I'm just regular old Eric. Regular old Eric, having regular old times, doing regular old things. I've got a measly 2 cigarettes left. Full cigarettes. I got some butts, but I may have to go to the store here this evening. It may just be unavoidable. At some point, I accidentally moved the video 2 minutes ago, and I only just now heard Eric ask about wee-weeing on me. I can't? Are you aware of the many magical healing powers of my urine? You know that my urine, when I peed into the eyes of a blind man, he became unblind. When I peed in the ears of a deaf man, he also became unblind. He was blind and deaf, so turns out it didn't really matter where you pee on a blind person, they become unblind. If I pee on somebody who's got hepatitis A, it switches it to be hepatitis B. If I pee on someone who's got hepatitis B, then they get hepatitis C. And if I pee on someone who's hepatitis C, they get hepatitis A again. So you can switch your hepatitis if you'd like. If I pee on someone who has no diabetes, they can get diabetes 1. If I pee on somebody with diabetes 1, they get diabetes 2. And if I pee on somebody with diabetes 2, they get diabetes 0 again. So a lot of good things my pee can do. I have been asking, yeah. I've been saying, Sean, can you give me permission to pee on No Sage? Apparently there are different hepatitises. I don't know if you're aware of that, but There's the good one, the class teacher's pet, called hepatitis A. The above average one is called hepatitis B. And the average boring one is called hepatitis C. I don't want a dude to pee on me, but I wouldn't mind having a garbanzo bean on my face. A garbanzo bean. Well, obviously a fan of hummus. And, I get it. Hummus is good. Hummus is not terrible. Let's go smoke a cigarette and hope that USC has some miracle comeback inside of it. I don't know. I just don't know. Last year, Lincoln Riley's just. Are you trying to coach a football team here, or are we just playing who can lose best? I don't know what to do about it. I don't know what to make of it. It's like, what happened here? How are we so shitty? We are 6-6 on the year, and increasingly it looks like we're about to drop to 6-7 as Texas A&M is getting the better of us. What? I don't know. Before the Notre Dame game, I said it was like, if SC wins the Notre Dame game, then I think Lincoln Riley deserves another year, and we'll see what happens, because it could be considered a close call here. Then we lost the Notre Dame game, and I thought, well, he gets a bit of a reprieve here, another chance to prove he deserves to stay coach by beating a very solid, very respectable Texas A&M team. If we can do that, we're gonna lose to every good team. We're gonna suck forever. Like, yeah, Lincoln Riley, you were able to win a few games with Caleb Williams your first year. But like last year we had Caleb Williams and we sucked ass. So how much zazz does Lincoln Riley need before we actually are good? It's a lot of pizzazz, I guess. I haven't seen Squid Game season 2 yet, but I'll check it out. It's up on the on the Netflix. Who do I think is going to win, the Huskers or the Eagles? The Huskers or the Eagles? What are you talking about? Oh, a chickpea. Fair enough. Right. Or garbanza pea. Huskers or Eagles? Hawkeyes or Tigers, Huskers or Eagles? Nebraska or Boston College? In football, are they playing? That who's playing in football? Nebraska get a bowl game and play Boston College? I mean, I'll take Nebraska. Boston College is one of those teams that's like kind of like Auburn. Every once in a while, they'll have a good team, but by and large, they have more hopes and dreams than they do winning seasons. Nebraska is a fallen top tier program that is trying to work its way back, but really has struggled for a couple of decades. It used to be they used to be a real powerhouse. Nebraska did. Anyhow, regardless of all that, I just see Boston College's competitively thin. And I see USC is really in need of a new coach at this point. I was still like, okay, well, Lincoln Riley, maybe you deserve one more year to turn the shit around, see what happens. It's like if he's a good recruiter and is able to pull people in from the transfer portal and stuff, he can turn things around quick. And we were pretty snake bit this year. It's not like we had a bad team. We had the lead in every game in the fourth quarter until the Notre Dame game. It was the first loss where we weren't leading in the fourth quarter at some point. So it was a team that fought hard, in a bunch of close games, almost beat Penn State, almost beat a lot of teams, So I was thinking maybe it was just kind of a bad luck snake bit year. At least last year's problems of this incredibly porous defense that couldn't stop a little girl delivering Girl Scout cookies. This year's defense has been quite sturdy, really dramatically, shockingly improved over last year's defense. But Miller Moss was just, I don't know. He was a bit of a choke artist, We'd have the lead, be late in the game, and throw a pick, or just fail to convert a first down, or I don't know. He just seemed to wilt as the moment got brighter. Let's see what's being said here. I just want to do tourism and hang out. Do tourism. Iowa Hawkeyes or Missouri Tigers? I'll take Missouri. Iowa can't score any points to save their freaking life. It's like Iowa against Missouri. I just don't think you're going to win 10-7. So I'll take Missouri. I get it. It's Iowa's specialty is taking the air out of the ball, just winning 10-7. But I just don't think it's going to happen against Missouri. There, you snap your fingers. I'll turn into Johnny for 25 seconds. I don't want to be Johnny. I'm fine being me. I'm Eric. Important man with important things to say. Ramit Emma Ashall. Hello, Ramit Emma Ashall. How are you? Or RIA for short. What's going on, RIA? That's risking in action. It's when a soldier of Japanese descent is missing in action. Well, USC, at least you've been consistent this year. You've disappointed at just about every turn. Did they poop again in there? Just clean their poop out. Not that long ago, I cleaned this. Now there's more poop. It's just pee. All right, fine. Horrible, horrible cat litter. What a horrible thing a cat box is. But it's, I guess it's slightly better than the alternative, which is no cat box, and hopefully they always go outside, but sometimes maybe they don't, But the thing is, if they always go outside, then you have all this cat shit all around your house. Thinly buried cat shit. What do you want? You want me to watch you eat? Okay. I've been on the Tylenol for too long. I have been taking Tylenol for a lot of years. All right, kitty. With this great backdrop here. It looks like almost like a film shoot, you know. Now don't worry, we're gonna project the background onto the gray screen here. This is a commercial for Iams. Take two. All right, cat, eat food. Good kitty. I just get a few minutes of this footage here of this cat eating. Bring in the narrator. Do you love your cat? If so, consider feeding your cat Iams cat food today. Look at this cat. Doesn't he seem to be enjoying it? Cut, cut, cut. No narrator, those aren't the lines. Read the script we gave you. Don't just make shit up. All right, here we go. Wow, Iams, this food is delicious. Hi, I'm the cat eating this food. Cat, cat, that is not what it says in the script. Uh-oh. I'm afraid I'm going to get fired as narrator. You're going to be right back, huh? Breaking the Habit by Lincoln Park is about getting over Tylenol addiction. Really? Look at that swishy tail. That's why in Spain is known as Senor Swishy Tail. Or Don Swishy Tail sometimes. Uh-oh. Are you a wool puller, Sage? You know how I feel about wool pulling. You can pull wool over a variety of my places, but not my eyes. Not my eyes. Like if my feet are cold and you want to pull some wool socks under my feet, that makes sense maybe. My eyes aren't cold. Well, I guess I'm going to be watching the rest of this disappointing football game. And I mean, then I'll go to bed. I do need to get more cigarettes, but it's already 10:13. I don't know where I'd be able to go get cigarettes. To go quite some distance. Fool's ball. No, it's football. Well, what the hell? The Rotten Apple says. Well, what the hell indeed? What the hell is going on with the USA football team is a very good question. And the answer is too many interceptions, too much buttfuckery all around. Now Texas A&M has the ball, 10-point lead, and they're on second and goal, about to go up by potentially 17 points. If SC wants to have a chance here, we need to hold Texas A&M to 3. I don't have a lot of faith in our offense here. Well, that's why I watch it, Rotten Apple, because it's so deeply, deeply homosexual. If you're into watching gay people do gay stuff, then you're like me. You're here watching football. Yeah, too much buttfuckery all around is correct. Now it's third and goal. So come on, defense. You've done a pretty good job this game. Let's keep this within striking distance. 10-point game, bad. 13-point game, not great. 17-point game, no. Well, Rotten Apple, maybe you should get some dogs then. And encourage them to shit. If you get some dogs and feed them some food and just sort of keep them in the living room for a while, eventually one will shit on your floor right in front of your eyes. You'll be able to see all of the glorious pooping, and you will receive a certificate in the mail exempting you from watching football. So, I mean, I feel watching this game feels like I am watching a dog take a shit, except the dog is the USC football team, and the shit they're taking is the shitty game of playing football. Don't pull the wool over your dog's butt before it shits. Then you just kind of have a mess. You have a very dirty woolen hat. You don't want to wear that one. Soccer is better than American football, says Bergie. Well, people do say crazy sentences every once in a while. Why am I hating? Oh, I'm not hating. You know what? I'm a lover, not a hater. I'm loving. I'm loving you and your quirky ways. I'm loving you and your disdain for football. And your portrayal of it as homosexual. Well, aren't you a manly man? You like to hunt. I'll be impressed if you hunt with your bare hands. So just go up to a wild boar and punch it to death. If you want to call American football hand egg, that's fine. I'm cool with that. Yes, you've indicated that already, Rotten Apple. And now you get to learn a little something about the importance of recognizing when repetition is not going to serve you well. So you already said that, and I've already responded to it. So repeating it is not going to get you anywhere. You fought a buck one-on-one? Okay, well, even if that's the case, I'm only going to be impressed if the buck was armed with a handgun. And perhaps you could wrestle some alligator crocodile type thing. If you're really feeling kind of wimpy, you could wrestle a caiman. They're a little smaller. I think you should make a YouTube channel called Wrestling the Animal Kingdom, in which you wrestle animals of all different species, from squirrel to grizzly bear, from giant sloth to Komodo dragon. Who wants to watch Rotten Apple wrestle a Komodo dragon? Everybody? Can I say bah humbug with a passion? You know, I don't believe one should be passionate about being uninterested in Christmas. Just a casual kind of bah humbug would be fine. It expresses really more disdain for the unnecessary shenanigans than something with more force of utterance, you know. Force of utterance. This is a casting call. I don't want to be cast as Scrooge. And I don't want to get on your casting couch, show media. Stop touching my leg. The Passion of the Christ? What was the Passion of the Christ anyway? Was it crochet? Well, I'm a carpenter by trade, or was a carpenter, not a great carpenter, transitioned into preaching, but my passion is crochet. I enjoy crochet. I like scrapbooking. Hi, I'm the Christ, Jesus Christ. My last name is, I guess, Yahweh or something. Maybe God. Is God's last name God, or is that his first name? It'd take you 3 minutes to kill a Komodo dragon. Oh, yeah? Well, what if the Komodo dragon is resting atop a pit full of rattlesnakes? What about then? If you had to fist fight 100 rattlesnakes at the same time, would you win? I don't think so. Even the best fist fighter in the world can't fist fight that many rattlesnakes at once. How about, could you wrestle a blue whale in the middle of the ocean and win? If not, I'm not impressed. Don't complain to me about having no place to stand. You get plenty of leverage for pushing against the water. I want you to throw the blue whale out of the ocean, grab onto his tail, and body slam it down onto the top of the ocean so that it taps out with its flipper. Tap, tap, tap. Okay, okay. I'm sorry, the rotten apple. I'm just a poor blue whale swimming around minding my own beeswax. Canadian football has slightly different rules. It does. It does. But Captain Ahab using just his naked martial arts. Pew! Oh! Pass interference. Fine. We finally get a pass interference call now. Oh, well, if we can make it down to the end of the field and get into the end zone, score a touchdown, it'll be a 10-point game again. We've got 3:53 left in the third quarter. It's enough time, but we'll have to get a couple stops, obviously. And the offense will have to look a little more consistent than it has heretofore. That was kind of a fun trick play, bit of a flea flicker. Oh. The World Cup is going to be in the United States in 2026. Well, good for the World Cup. I like the World Cup. I like to watch it on television. I actually was at a World Cup game. The last time it was in the United States. I worked in the Rose Bowl. And I got to watch the final where Brazil and Italy played each other. But at the time, before I got into soccer, it was just a summer job, like when I was home from college one year or something. I wasn't that interested in soccer as a spectator sport until later on when they started making more of a big. Oh, nice touchdown! That's quick. That's quick work, guys. Good job. Jacoby Lane scores a touchdown. USC closes the gap here. Answers. We needed an answer there, or else we were going to be in big trouble, obviously. Let's go, SC. I like watching the dive compilations too. Yeah, I mean, I think we can all agree that soccer is marred by an endless succession of fake injuries, time wasting, and otherwise assorted bullshit. You definitely don't see fake injuries in football very often. Occasionally, do you remember the video Dead Giveaway? No. Is it a video I made? Dead Giveaway? Doesn't sound familiar. So Rotten Apple, you can wrestle blue whale, but here's my real question. If you discover it's a lovely lady blue whale, mid-wrestle, will you start making love to it? So I was starting to wrestle. Is it one of my videos? I'll look for it. Let's see. Paste. Alright, well, I'm glad we're not just rolling over and dying. At least we... Yeah, I don't see it. Is the sun really hot? That seems like a good live stream. Batman, I'd rather not hear that anymore than I've already heard it, which is a billion times. Make anyone fall in love. One simple trick. Mad or glad? Tries to write songs for 50 years. Fails. Tries to write songs. Fails for 50 years. Good night, David. You're welcome for my channel. I answered you the first time you asked that dumbass question. So don't, it's like when you've already bored me once with your boringness, and I've said, be more original than that. Don't just copy something I've heard a billion times before. And then you just repeat it. It's like, no, you're just doubling down on your wrongness. Don't do that. Ambergris incoming. Oh! That was almost a picked off. Get him again, defense. Get him again. That guy, he's a pick off machine. See you later, Texas A&M's offense. Wow, it's still 2:26 left in the third quarter, and SC is getting the ball back already. That's quick work. It was 24-7, and there was like 4 minutes or something, 4.5 minutes left in the third quarter. Now it's 24-14. We're getting the ball back, and it's still like 2.5. Oh, and he dropped that. No, we didn't have the punt block on because the punter just don't go drop the snap. If we had been back in there, we would have been able to block his punt for sure. He got a decent punt out of that anyway. You know, not great, but all in all, for Texas A&M, that play could not have gone more fortunately, really. Could have been disaster. Let's go athletics. I said, let's go athletics. Come on, SC, let's go. Hand off. A little bit of a short run up in the middle. I'm glad we're trying to run the ball. I'm glad that Lincoln Riley hasn't completely abandoned a sensible game plan here just because we've fallen behind. There's plenty of time. We're only down by 10. Still the third quarter. Ooh. It's been an issue all year, our offensive line. Been a little bit porous on pass blocking, especially. Of course, Lincoln Riley wants to throw the ball. He doesn't really. If he could, he'd just throw the ball all the time and wouldn't run the ball. But this new quarterback, replaced Miller Moss, is not as accurate as Miller Moss was. He's got a little bit more explosiveness to him, maybe, but he's not had a good game so far this game. Jaden Maeva. Oh, God. False start. Come on, guys. Come the fudge on. What are you doing? Get your collective heads out of your collective asses Because your collectivism is not going to work. Oh, good. It was called on Texas A&M. I thought that was against us. It was simulating the start of the play, so it was basically drawing the offense into a false start, which is illegal now. It didn't used to be. Let's go, SC. Let's go. That's first down. Good job. Good job, Lincoln Riley. You just get that first down. Keep running the ball. Loosen up that Texas A&M defense. Open up some spaces downfield. Then we can maybe throw the ball, but establish the run. Good catch. Good pass, good catch. Nice work, guys. Good job. Number 6, you did a great job catching that. Third quarter, 30 seconds left, 2nd and 3. We're down by 10, but we're moving the ball. It's on the 20-yard line. Basically at the tip top of the red zone here. Nice fake. Something to the flats. Number 8. Manages to get all the way down to about 6-yard line. That's pretty good. All right, start of the 4th quarter. We're still down by 10, but we're going to knock it on the door. Exactly. And we'll just have to wait and see how the 4th quarter plays out, you know. It looked like this game was getting away from us there for a second, but now it's a game, you know. It's for sure a good game. Exactly what I was just saying. And that seemed like it. Now let's go, SC. Come on. Come on now. Let's go. Nice run. Nice run by number 21. Good job. Keep rocking, keep rolling, keep way out of controlling. Good play calling too, Lincoln Riley. 7-0 when leading after 3rd quarter. Texas A&M. Unlike USC, which has got a terrible record leading in the 4th quarter. Pow! Touchdown. 3-point game after the extra point. Assuming we kick the extra point, we're looking at a 3-point game here. And all right. Well, we got our defense some rest. Got 14 unanswered points. We were down 24-7 just a few minutes ago, and all of a sudden, bam. Now it's 24-21. Hey, it's good to see some fight in the team. It's good to see some. It's the attitude and physicality that impresses you, huh? Is that weird? Is that weed on the table? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's weird. There. That's a little bit better. All right, so let's pull a bowl. Poor Washington State got spanked by Syracuse. That's a good game for a couple quarters, that Washington State Syracuse game. 21-21. And then Syracuse kind of ran away with it. Freshman Brian Jackson has successfully scored a touchdown. Good job for him. That's his first touchdown of the season. Congratulations, young man. Now let's go, defense. You did it last time. Time for you to do it again. Surprise those Aggies with your robust sternness. Disallow them from running. Prevent them from catching. Make them pay when they attempt to throw the ball. I believe that you, defense, can get the stop we need when we need it, which is right now. We're only down by 3 points, almost the whole fourth quarter left. When you're down by 17 points with like 4 minutes left in the third quarter, you think, oh God, this game's going to get out of hand here. And then just like less than 5 minutes later, it's 21-24. Just goes to show you can accomplish a lot in a little time in football. A&M returns the ball out to about the 35-yard line, which is quite a good return. Really. This would be a respectable win if we could get it. You know, Texas A&M is a very strong SEC team this year. Did quite well in the SEC, 8-4. You know, just a notch below the Ole Miss, South Carolina level of SEC team. Maybe toss Alabama in there this year too, you know. I don't think the Aggies are as good as Alabama, don't get me wrong, or Ole Miss even, or maybe South Carolina, but I'm saying they're just a notch below those teams in terms of quality, and accordingly, if we would get this win, it would speak well of the team and of Lincoln Riley for us to get this win. More so than you'd expect in a bowl game when you're 6-6. Hello. Hello. Taleka, hello. How are you? What's going on? Do you love butter? Do you love Dawn? And running the ball gets stuck. Oh, he didn't get it. He did not get it, but I suspect A&M might go for this. Fourth and a bit of a short 1 yard. From their own 40-ish or something. No, sending the punt team on. That's smart. I mean, the Aggies should punt here, I think. If the roles were reversed, I'd want SC to punt the ball. Mascarenas Arnold. My boy Mascarenas. One of my favorite names in all of college football this year. Belongs to USC player Mascarenas Arnold. Basically, his name means butthole in disguise. Oh no! We throw an interception? Come on, guys. No, don't throw an interception. No! God. Come on. We have 3 turnovers now. Come on, guys. What are you doing? That's not a quarterback. He didn't even see that safety. He did not see that safety. He tried to put a little air under it and get it out to a receiver. He thought it a step on the DB and just completely did not see that safety. He was like right there. Oh, God. Oh, God. Where did the safety come from? Come on. Maeva, or whatever your name is, new quarterback. And then we give up 12-yard run to A&M. Hold them to 3 points, guys. Come on. We need to hold them to 3 points. This is important. Don't fuck around. This is not fuck around time. This is not a good time to be throwing interceptions and fucking around. Hi, Gelbros. Gelbros. Hello, how are you? Just watching a little football, watching USC play Texas A&M. Obviously, rooting for USC. Feeling, it's been a swingy session, so to speak. Yes, I know who P. Diddy is. I read the news like anybody else. All right. Come on, defense. 2nd and 4 now after the USC interception. Texas A&M threatening on the 25 or so of USC. 26, 27. Now it's 3rd and 4. Is that pass play did nothing for A&M. You spelled idol wrong. It's A-I-D-O-L. The answer is no. He's a horrible shitbag who's fortunately in prison. Hopefully he stays there indefinitely. Snap. A&M trying to run the ball. Nothing there. They're going to have to kick the field goal. They're going to have to kick the field goal. And we'll see if they successfully make the field goal. It's always possible that they could miss it. I'm hoping that they at least attempt a field goal. And that is no good. No good. Nice job, Aggie field goal kicker. Perfect shots. Good for you. Good job, Trojans. Good job. You are the heroes of today's field goal kick. You prevented him from kicking the field goal. You get credit for it, even if you didn't really do anything to stop it. But the defense, you did a great job of stopping that horrible Texas A&M. All right, here we go. 1st and 10. The snap goes to Mia. Mia hands it off to Mia. About 2 yards is all we're going to pick up on that one. Not a big gainer. But we're only down by 3. We just need to make sure that, we've got 9:30 left in the 4th quarter. Plenty of time. Clock not really an issue here. And 2nd and 7. Decent enough gain on 1st down to justify running the ball again if we wanted to. Oh, no. It was just wishful thinking on my part that he'd run the ball again. Now what are you going to do? Now it's 3rd and 7. We got to throw the ball. I agree with you. He's not seeing the ball well. Or seeing the field well. He's not accurate. He's not nearly as accurate as Miller Moss was. Let's go. Come on. Come on, offense. Throw the ball. Good. And first down. Tight end gets first down. Well thrown. Route well run. Well caught. Whole 9 yards. Everything went fine. And the snap surprises the TV here as they are a little bit behind the times with their live coverage. A running play that picked up about 2 yards. I mean, I get why Lincoln Riley is a little skittish about running against this Texas A&M defense. This is a better run defense than we've seen. I mean, maybe not the best one we've seen this year, but it's a solid run defense. And sure, they have like 3 turnovers on us, interceptions, but there seems to be more space in the passing game as per there. Nice play. Good, good, good. Oh, nice job. Oh, he got flattened. Is that Makai Lemon? Yeah. He is. He's great. He's what we all think. I think we all hope Branch would be. Number 0, Branch was very explosive, fast, whatever play. But Makai Lemon, he's looked like a beast this game. He had a good kickoff return. He jippity juped all over the Texas A&M defense right there. The secondary couldn't bring him down, couldn't keep up with him. He was shifty. Oh, good. The run looked like it was stopped for about 2 yards, but then pushed forward for close to 7, I'd say. As the legs kept churning. Big running back legs keep on churning. Yeah, we were about to be down and out, but now it's looking good. Have I considered shaving your head? Just keep the beard? No. I don't want to do things that require maintenance. No, I don't want to date you. The PS5 is an interesting choice and has an interesting impact on the channel. I mean, I don't play it much. This is a real football game I'm watching. I don't play it much on stream. I have done some of this. But I was watching football on stream before I got the PS5. And I find that, in fact, when I do try to play, stream me playing and show the game, that it doesn't do very well. Maybe because I'm not doing a very good job of showing the game, or maybe just because there's limited interest in watching somebody play football. I don't know. It seems to do better if I'm just doing this, watching football and chatting. Another nice run. Second down. We're chewing up some clock here, too. We are making a meal of the 4th quarter clock on this drive. That close, he says. I was this close to breaking it. Austin Matthews out at least 2 more games. HATEMISELF. Let's go. Come on, SC. Oh, I got blown up in the backfield. We tried to run it on 2nd and 6. Good, like, general concept there, Lincoln Riley, or whoever's calling the plays on offense. But I'm going to have to, well, you know what? Look, we don't have to throw the ball here. We're down by 3 points. I have no problem with kicking the field goal and leaving it in the hands of the defense. And we'll see if we can force it to overtime or maybe make something happen here at the end of the 4th quarter. But do not turn the ball over here. Make sure whatever else happens, we get the field goal at least. I don't love bringing a timeout there, but that's better than turning the ball over. Oh, stressful, McBreastful. Well, this is a good game, you know. This has been a good game, and there's not been a lot of great games that I've gotten to watch this bowl season. The ones I've watched have been pretty borderline at best, and the good ones seem to be the ones I didn't watch, I guess. It has turned into a dramatic Las Vegas Bowl. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Come on. Don't turn the ball over. Don't turn the ball over. Good. Oh, touchdown. Touchdown, USC. Good job, number 8. Now he's doing a scratch my back dance where he's scratching his back against the pole for the uprights. I don't know what kind of a weird dance that was. 20 unanswered points as he takes the lead from like the 5-minute mark left in the third quarter, like 5 minutes left in the third quarter. All of a sudden, SC is just like, can't come to life. Bam. Now we're up by 3 points. And we're going to kick the ball off to Texas A&M. Now it's in the hands of the defense, but even better than I had hoped. Not just with a tie game and needing to push to overtime, but with, after this extra point, a 4-point lead. Texas A&M needs to score a touchdown and or score a field goal very quickly, and then, you know, I would expect to get another possession maybe, but that seems very unlikely. So I suspect they will try to go for a touchdown on this drive, and they themselves are going to operate under the assumption that it's touchdown or bust. They're not particularly going to be saving time for what happens after this drive. So we'll see. We will see how effective the Aggie offense looks. I mean, I would imagine at this point the Aggies feel a little bit shell shocked. Like it was 20. It was 24/7. It was 24/7 with like 5 minutes left in the third quarter, and now with 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, it's 28-24 SC. Wow, what a big comeback. Good job, Trojans. Let's see the defense put it away. We cannot win this game without stopping A&M. So it's up to you, defense, to stand tall and firm against the Texas A&M's attempt to transgress into your territory, transgress against you by trespassing into your territory. You keep them out of our end of the field. Let's go, defense. Show the A&M Aggies what you're made of. Boom. Okay, well, he got a decent gain on that, but that's fine. Look, the thing is, we are going to give up some yards here. If we play defense, if we scheme this defensively correctly, we're going to give up some yards underneath. Let them take their time, methodically work their way down the field is fine. The more plays they have to call, the more execution they have to engage in, the more chances they're going to make a mistake, maybe commit a penalty, maybe turn the ball over, throw an interception, fumble, something like that. Or a drop, you know, drops can be drive killers. So just go ahead and give them a little bit underneath yardage per down, 5 yards a down or something, but make them go down the field 1 first down at a time, you know? Don't give up big chunk plays. Like, okay, so you just gave up a first down, and now they're within field goal range. Well, that doesn't matter that they're within field goal range because we are up by 4 points. So just go ahead and keep playing kind of bend, don't break here. They're on hour 40 now. Keep playing bend, don't break. Go on, run over there, get him. Okay, so we just gave up another 12-yard pass play. There's too much time to be playing like prevent, but what I'm saying is understand that it gets increasingly difficult for them to get into the end zone the closer they are to the end zone, because on passing plays, then you're gonna have the end zone clogged up with guys. Running plays, that's a different story, but it's it's easier to prevent them from scoring a touchdown than it is to prevent them from moving the ball between the 20s. Now they're in the red zone. Now we need to establish, but I mean, still, I'd say wait until they're within the 10 to really start cranking down on the press defense. Just be aware that top priorities don't give up a touchdown. They're just marching right down the field. Come on, defense. No! Oh, I thought he had it. I thought he caught that. Oof. All right. Oh. Good job, guys. Good job, defense. Let's go. All right. 3rd and 2 for Texas A&M. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Texas A&M scored a touchdown. Now they will be up by 3 again when they kick the extra point. But we have 1 minute and 49 seconds left, 2 timeouts. We just need to get down there and kick a field goal. This is an easier undertaking for our offense than it was for Texas A&M's offense, because we only need a field goal. Texas A&M, in contrast, needed a touchdown and got a touchdown, because they're a bunch of stinkers. Hi, Anthony. Rachel, hi, goals. Hi, Anthony. I'm not muted, Skelleberg. Can you guys hear me? Rachel is asleep, I think. She's in bed, or in the room in there anyway. She could be on the floor. She often sleeps on the floor. But I think she's asleep. I could use some more sleep myself. All right, we're down by 3 points. This is an exciting and wonderful time. And we are learning about whether or not we can come back and win this game again. We were down by 17 points. Came back to take a 4-point lead. Now we're down by 3 points with under 2 minutes left in the 4th quarter and 2 timeouts. The Aggies are kicking to us. Goes into the end zone. We're going to start off at the 25-yard line. Mayava. Jaden Mayava. All right, Jaden Mayava. So far tonight you have 3 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. Count them 3. So let's get this job done without any catastrophic errors. Remember, we only need 3 points. Just get us to field goal range. And we can go into overtime. And we'll see how that goes. Looks like he got out of bounds. Stop the clock. That was a nice 8-yard gain on first down. Quick curl route on the outside there. Maeva. He takes the snap. He drops back a little bit, throws the ball to number 6, Makai Lemon. And Makai Lemon is having himself a game here tonight. He's really been integral in the success of the Trojans' offense and special teams tonight. Now, 1st and 10. Maeva takes a snap and shotgun, drops back in the pocket, unloads across the middle to number 6 again. Is that Lemon again? Yeah. Makai Lemon again with the reception out of the backfield, presumably. Okay. Now, no, he's lined up as a wideout. All right. Now, Maeva takes a snap, throws a quick little bit of a wide receiver screen to the Deuce Robinson, I think that is. And there are only 49 seconds left. Clock is ticking. It's 3rd and 1. The running back gets the first down. 42 seconds left. We're still almost 10 yards away from the green field goal range line. We have an SC player who is rolling on the ground like he's injured. That might be a fake injury, but we might have to take a runoff on that, a clock runoff on that. And if that's the case, then presumably it's not a fake injury. Just let's go, guys. Come on, guys. Let's not have another heartbreaking, disappointing loss this season. It's just been rough on the heart of any USC fan. All right, what is wrong with that guy? Why is he still on the ground? This is going to come down to the field goal kicker. Freshman Amarian Peterson got injured on that last play. I'm not sure if they do a clock runoff or what on that injury. I guess not because it was on a first down, maybe. Now the clock's ticking. Snap. Ball is deflected. Wait. It's a quarterback who caught his own pass play. We're going to have to take a timeout now. That's not good. Why is the clock stopped? Oh, there it is. There's the timeout. Not a position where we can afford to lose yards because we're already we're not even in field goal range, technically, according to that green line. We have a kicker with a good leg, but a more makeable field goal is obviously to be preferred over a less makeable field goal. We now have 1 timeout left, 2nd and 13. I'm not sure what yard line exactly we're on, but it's more of a field goal than I think we want to have to attempt here. Come on, SC, let's go. Come on, guys. We're on the 46-yard line. Third and 13, 27 seconds left. We're not in field goal range. Oh man, this is brutal. Sup, America First? How you doing? Let's go. Come on, offense. Good pass. Nice. 17 seconds left. Run. Come on, guys. Spike it. Clock it. Clock it. Clock it. Clock it. Clock it. Okay, Texas A&M calls a timeout. That's good. Whew. All right. Whew. That was so stressful. SC now is in easy field goal range. We're down at like the 20-yard line or something, or even closer maybe, the 15-yard line. He steps up in the pocket. He waits for number 8 to get open, delivers the ball on target, and he keeps running all the way down to the 12-yard line. So at this point, I say, look, we got one timeout left. Let's just go ahead and take a shot or two at the end zone if we can, but, you know, don't turn the ball over, obviously. Number one rule, do not throw an interception, do not fumble, do not turn the ball over. Make sure you at least make it to overtime. So now, from the 13-yard line, Miami takes the snap, takes one quick step, and throws it to number 8, who reaches out to try to get out of bounds. To try to get it over the end zone line, but is unable to, but goes out of bounds, stopping the clock at the 2-yard line. At the 2-yard line, maybe the 1.5-yard line. Yeah, 1.5. 12 seconds left. The clock is stopped. It's first and goal from the 1.5-yard line. Yeah, as he can run the ball. If you throw the ball, you might get 2 plays, then a field goal. If you run the ball, don't tell me we took a delay game penalty on that. With A&M taking as long as possible to send their defensive replacements in. They don't have infinite amount of time to do that, do they? What's the call? Oh my God, we took a delay game penalty. Now it's first and goal from the 6.5-yard line. How does that happen? No, I don't agree with him. No, I'm not. I don't blame us for not taking a timeout. I don't think. Oh God, horrible. Maybe we should have burned it. I don't know. Touchdown doesn't matter. Touchdown doesn't matter. 8 seconds left. Kyle Ford with a 7-yard touchdown reception to push us to a 34-31 lead with a extra point on the way. Excellent choice, excellent throw, excellent touchdown. Great job, Maeva. You know what? You're a bit more of a roller coaster ride than Miller Moss, but I like you. I like your winning ways. You're not a choke artist. I appreciate that. Yes, I also have already talked to you about that perfect shots. I don't know, America First. What do I look like? Some kind of geographer? right, let's go, Trojans. We got this. There's only a few seconds left. We're up by 4 points. A&M looked really good on that last drive and everything, but I mean, there's only so much you can do with like 8 seconds left. You just got to hold them, keep them out of the end zone in this last 8 seconds, and everything will be fine. America First, obviously, I do know what that is. All right, good. Made some progress there. Fantastic. 8 seconds left. Up by 4. USC is now kicking the ball off to the Aggies of Texas A&M. USC takes their last timeout to discuss the kickoff, I guess. Seems strange to take a timeout here, but that's fine. Make sure we don't blow this. Make sure we don't mess it up. Be prepared for the hook and lateral. And it would just be the lateral play, you know. Hook and lateral is specifically a pass play. Lateral's after the pass. But in this instance, what we need to do is make sure we don't give up a kick return for a touchdown, either with or without laterals. And then, assuming that we get the kickoff down quickly, they might have time enough left for one long pass play. If they fair catch the kickoff, they might have time enough for, in theory, 2 pass plays. But we are close to having booked a win here at the Las Vegas Bowl. USC 35 currently, Texas A&M 31, 8 seconds left. USC is going to kick the ball off. We do kick it off. And it is fair caught. Touchback for the Aggies. So they'll have all 8 seconds plus 1 timeout to work with. They can get a pass play that takes 7 seconds in full developing. In theory, you probably get 30 yards or something out of that, and then call a quick timeout and get a Hail Mary at the end. That's plausible. They could have a real quick hitting play that's like incompletion or something, and maybe get off. Still another quick hitter plus another play in theory. Unlikely. So the snap here with 8 seconds left goes to the A&M quarterback. He sits in the pocket and throws across the middle and gets it almost to his receiver, but it ends up being incomplete pass. And there are only 2 seconds left. That took 6 seconds. So with 2 seconds remaining, Texas A&M is saying, "Curses! We're going to lose this game." And we were up by 17 points at one point. Yeah, well, you deserve to lose this game, Texas A&M, because you're playing mighty USC. 2 seconds left. He drops back in the pocket, steps up in the pocket, throws it to guy number 1 who laterals, to guy number 2 who laterals, to guy number 3 who throws a forward pass, an illegal forward pass. The flag is down, and that's not going to survive. That is not going to survive judicial scrutiny. The game is over. USC has won the game. 0-0-0 reads the clock. The flag's against A&M. Some girl went up and hugged Lincoln Riley. I don't know who that girl is. Is that his daughter? Or? Yes, it's got to be his daughter. She looks like she's about 11, 12 years old or something. And she hugged her dad, and there's another one of his kids, a different kid of his, I guess. Another daughter, a littler one. I'm assuming that's who those little girls are. I mean, they could be, I guess, like random little girls, but probably not. Yeah, game got great out of nowhere is right. That game was great. Yeah, I'm going to celebrate. Celebrate good times. Come on. I'm going to celebrate now. Wow. Nice job, guys. Nice job. Kyle Ford's good. A good receiver. A really good receiver. But I like Mekhi Lemon even better as a receiver. Oh, that's got to be a replay. Yeah. Wow. Exciting stuff, everybody. Exciting stuff. I'm proud of you. You're proud of me. Together we'll go PPP. Yeah. I could not believe that that delay game penalty either. It was but regardless, we won the game, and from the starting about 5 minutes left in the third quarter, we looked great. Prior to that, we looked iffy at best. We were down by 17 points in that game, and then they came back and we were down by 3 points in the game again. Hi there, Russia. How's it going? Hi, Marcus Aurelius. How's it going with you? It's time to go smoke a cigarello. For those of you who are just arriving, we're likely going to wrap this up relatively soon. Kanji Tev, how do I feel about Diddy? Obviously, I'm glad that he's in prison, and I think he's a horrible piece of shit. Same way that any sensible person thinks about that. Yeah, I feel good about that win. It's like they're just below the second tier of the SEC. If you consider the SEC this year's top tier to be the teams that made the playoffs, like Tennessee and Georgia, the second tier is Ole Miss, South Carolina, and Alabama, and Texas A&M is just a notch below that, which is quite a good team, because I think that any of the aforementioned teams, except maybe Tennessee, would actually have a fighting chance in the college football playoff. Maybe not Texas A&M either, but I'm saying like either any of those teams I mentioned, Alabama, Georgia, Ole Miss, South Carolina, I think they would have a fighting chance in the tournament. Of course, only Georgia remains. Tennessee kind of snuck in there with its conference championship avoiding ways. Well, I'm going to smoke a cigarette when I get my coffee ready to go. And then probably I'm going to wrap up and go to sleep. This is my last cigarette, so if I don't go to bed after this, then I have to smoke butts until I do go to bed. That book class says agree. Less sports talk radio segments that focus on SMU, Boise, Arizona State being in as opposed to the second tier SEC teams. Yeah, well, I think it's unfair to ASU because ASU won the Big 12. There's no reason to be talking about whether they should be in or not. They straight out won the Big 12. They won the conference championship game, and I think they won. I think they won the Big 12 regular season outright, but they could have been second, I guess. I think they were ahead of Iowa State, so that was a weird Big 12 championship game. Granted, that they ended up against the Cyclones rather than the Buffs or BYU. But nevertheless, do I think that Arizona State is at a bit of a talent disadvantage against some of the other teams in the college football playoff? Yes, but I think they're actually at less of a talent disadvantage than Boise, and considerably less of a talent disadvantage than SMU. Maybe Clemson is equivalent in talent, I think, to ASU, maybe. I don't know. But maybe I'm overestimating the amount of talent ASU has. Regardless, I believe a lot in their coach. ASU's coach, he seems fantastic. And he said consistently that his dream job is Arizona State. Like, whose dream job is Arizona State? Nobody. Nobody's dream job is Arizona State except that guy. And he's so passionate. It's crazy. When you listen to him talk, it's like I wanna go run through a wall for this guy right now. He is so intense. It's crazy. Best story in college football. That much we can agree. Hi, Commander X. Like, I think Boise, I agree with you, that boys Klaus, that Boise only has that running back, really. And a lot of people are saying, like, well, that's why he really should have won the Heisman, is that he did all that without really a great offensive line. I think Scadaboo had not a great offensive line either. And there have been plenty of occasions and plenty of games where Scadaboo's been shut down. And then he'll usually at some point break a big one, But I think overall Arizona State's got a better team than Boise State. Yeah, I agree they painted themselves in a corner when they said they wouldn't punish teams for losing conference championship games. Because the economics on that don't work. How can you reward people for winning conference championship games if you're not going to punish people for losing them? I get why they did it, but then you have to let in Clemson and SMU over Miami, Ole Miss, South Carolina, Alabama. I mean, I think they should have just picked you always are going to have a tricky balancing act between the most deserving teams and the best teams. Like, it's very reasonable that nobody wants a 3-loss SEC team getting in over a undefeated BYU or out of the Big 12. I guess that would be, but an undefeated Boise State out of the Mountain West or something. Even though we might agree that Alabama with 3 losses is better than, let's pretend Boise was undefeated, We still don't think that it's fair to send Alabama because Boise did all that they could do with the schedule they had. They won every single game, blah, blah, blah. So it's tricky. You're always going to have. You're always going to have trouble trying to strike a balance between those two things because they fundamentally run afoul of each other. And just because, and this is most important, this though is the most important thing here, I want to stress. Just because it didn't work out this year, like the first round of games were all boring blowouts, just because that's the case, doesn't mean it's a bad idea to have Cinderella teams in the tournament. This year they all got blown out. But it's no fun if you don't have any Cinderellas mixed in the mix. Well, you make a good point there, that boy Klaus. Alabama didn't get in as much on the weakness of their losses as it didn't get in on the fact that they were losses. Yeah, sure, they were a strong SEC team with just 3 total losses, but the teams they lost to weren't that good. Yeah, I like the new format too. We just need to. I hear a lot of people overreacting to the first year of it. Just give it a second, all right? Like let it roll for a couple of years and see if really this is a systemic problem. Because I think we would never have gotten that iconic 2007 Boise State Oklahoma game if the teams from the non-power conferences didn't get a little credit sometimes. I don't know if anybody here remembers that game, but that's got to be one of the greatest college football games of all time. Didn't even involve my beloved Trojans, um, but such a shockingly good game with the famous Statue of Liberty play, the proposal from the guy to his cheerleader girlfriend. That is just the most bonkers, nutso college football game ever. Somebody was asking, was it you earlier asking me this? No, it's somebody else I think was asking me, do I like Iowa or Missouri? Like, like if all you could possibly do is win games like 10-7, then I just don't think you're gonna beat Missouri. I know you're experts at taking the air out of the ball, Hawkeyes, but yeah, I don't think so. You can't get stuff like that in the pros. That's perfect college football right there. Yeah. Yeah, right. And there was another epic college football game that I was on the losing side of, which was the Vince Young versus USC, Texas versus USC Rose Bowl game. Oh my God, that was a brutal loss. Oh my God, it was such a brutal loss because the whole game was like, can somebody please tackle Vince Young? He is scramble, bamble, splambling all over the place. Nobody could tackle him. It was horrible. In every other way, we were winning that game, hands down. We had a better, more complete, balanced offense. We had a good defense to shut down everything but the scramble, it seemed like, all night. But Vince Young just carried that team on his back and just shredded the whole USC defense. Just one man shredded the whole defense. Won that game. What a nightmarish conclusion to that game. Oh, when Lindale White got stuffed in the backfield and that bad play call. Oh my God. Hi, Goals. How's it going? Yeah, I was watching that real time, the 2007 game. the Oklahoma Boise game was fantastic. I remember just being like blown away in real time. No, I haven't finished that. Probably get back to it tomorrow. I got a lot of sleep, and then when I got up, I knew I had to have myself and my attention here for the USC game. Now I got up at 3:30 thinking the game started at 5:30. I was wrong, but it didn't start till 7:30. But basically, I knew today was going to be devoted towards sleeping, and then football. So, anyways, to finish my story from the other night. Oh God. That's so disgusting. I wish you wouldn't be so gross. You haven't slept? I did quite a bit of sleeping. I'm gonna do more sleeping. It's late. It's like I don't expect a football game to end at 11:30 p.m. But maybe Mandela effect. But if people started exhaling cigarette smoke with gusto lately, I don't know anything about that. I think I smoke the same way I always have. Eland the pianist. What is up? Up. It's 11:30 p.m. for me. I'm on California time. I just left alive. I just left alive that the last is just sleeping, or the host is just sleeping, and people are just watching her sleep. Well, maybe she sleeps in a particularly dramatic and interesting way, like, maybe she sleeps like that. That would make it interesting. Hi, Humboldt Trinity County line. Welcome to Mariposa. Going back inside where I live. I'm going to try to get a good night's sleep. And, oh, she's just sleeping regular. Well, at least it's kind of an unmoderated chat, I guess. You could just say whatever and be like, haha, you're asleep. I am watching you. I don't know if that gives people a lot of satisfaction to do that or not. I've seen that sleepy shit. I don't get it. I think Eric is 9. I'm not 9. I don't know what that means, but if you mean Enneagram 9, no, I'm actually in that, in the head triad, I'm 8. But I'm a 7. 7, 8, 4. I think Eric is about the only real channel. Oh, not 9. Minus the 9, right? Gotcha. Gotcha. That 9 was not intended to describe me. When you spend enough time in personality typing, and you hear somebody say you're a 9, you assume it must be an enneagram personality type. So I have some delicious coffee. I think I'll probably pull a couple bong rips here. Just kind of chat with Goals and Anthony and Eland the pianist for a few minutes here before I wrap this up and try to roll into bread for some more sleeps. It's Justine's world. Well, I mean, I wouldn't call sleeping fake, Anthony. You might not think it's entertaining, but it's not really fake. She's resting, she's sleeping. Um, she's recovering from her infection, I think. She's been taking these antibiotics that we got prescribed the other day at the urgent care. Maybe it was yesterday. Maybe the day before. I don't remember. And hopefully she's still drinking plenty of liquids. Okay, can you please not spam? Goodbye, Spammy. I would give her your best wishes. Um, she'll be back soon enough. Back and better than ever. We had a good experience at the doctor. I didn't have anything to complain about at all. So that was nice. Shelly said feel better. Shelly, huh? Maybe goals you should let Shelly speak for herself. Is AK 47? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. You tell me. Yeah, I know. That was a joke, Coles. I was joking. Obviously, you're Shelly. I'm going to take a wild guess that possibly your name is short for Michelle. Just a thought, just a wild guess. It could be just named Shelly. I was talking with Rachel earlier today about this girl I knew when I was a little kid, and her name was Joni, Joni. And I remember thinking at the time, that's not right. John, because at the time I knew a John named Jon, so I thought it was normal for John to be named Jon. And I thought, you just took a boy's name and added an I onto it. If your name's really Joni, it should be Joanie. I am indeed smoking some marijuana. Part of my daily health plan. KKK? Why are you KKKing me? Are you laughing like a Japanese person? KKKK. I hereby give you permission, Shelly. Smoke away. You can smoke as much as you want. Oh, yes, you can. You just have to try. You're not trying hard enough. That's the problem with you and smoking. Oh, it makes you paranoid. Well, what are you worried about when you're paranoid? Do you think the cops are driving by your house going to arrest you for smoking weed? No piss test? What's Haxixe? Haxixe. I don't even know what that is. Haxixe. It's just marijuana. Just regular old marijuana. Grown by my own hand in my own backyard. It's legal in New Jersey. I see. So what are you paranoid about? Are you afraid that someone's going to see you at the store and be like, "You're high, lady. I thought I knew you, Shelly. Now I see you're just a big high person." Hachich? Hachich, Brazil prohibido? Um, well, Brazil needs to get its head out of its ass then. And you say, yes. And you say, marijuana? Si. Oh, si. Get out of here, smoke. Well, Shelly, if marijuana doesn't work for you, have you considered smoking meth? Maybe meth is more your style. The important thing is you need to get some kind of smoke into those lungs. All right, well, if you want to play fast and loose with your own cardiovascular health, that's your business, not mine. Yeah, don't we all wish? I wish we could smoke some Bob. No, Eric, you're too old for that. You can't be smoking meth these days. What do I think of Valium? I think it's kind of a weak sauce benzo. I look like your gay neighbor. Wow, your gay neighbor is incredibly handsome. You must be constantly drawn to him, always this close to being turned gay. Remember taking it once long ago? It's pleasant enough. Pop 3 or 4 of them. It's just not that strong compared to other benzos. Like, if you like Valium, you'd like Xanax more. I've not really done any Xanax, maybe once or something, but I've done other kind of benzos, like street benzos, dark web benzos, which are not exactly any specific kind of existing benzo that's legal. That's why it's kind of in this legal gray area. So I know what they're like. They make you forget shit. It knocked you off your behind, huh? Why were you on your behind to begin with? Were you trying to push something down to the ground with your butt cheeks? Doctors don't know what to give me to sleep. Well, they could give you Klonopin. It's a good sleep aid. They could tell you to just drink yourself to sleep. I am not going to become a mushroom growing channel. You could get a lot of exercise during the day. That might make you sleep better. Have you considered that? Or have you considered trying to scare yourself to sleep? Hire somebody to dress up as a ghost and jump out and say, boo, in the evening time. And then as the fear pumps adrenaline through you, then, it recedes. It's going to make you feel a little tired. Then just as you calm back down, again, the ghost person, boo. Then you'd be like, I got to go to sleep. All this fear, followed by calm, followed by fear. It's making me tired. Wah, ja, 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 ja. What's that Reggie on the table? What's Reggie? You talking about this? This, like, what's it called? Forgetting the word for some reason. Yeah, shake. This shake? It's just some shake. We see the mic stands behind you and you realize what? That I have microphones? I do have microphones. Those mic stands are also joined back there behind the couches by a PA. It's easy to set up. That I can just set up the PA, plug in the mics, and lift those mic stands over to this side, and then all of a sudden we're good to go with the PA. So, in case we feel like jamming out or something. Hey, are you doing a live on New Year's Eve. Probably. That's pretty soon, right? Like, what's today? Today is the 27th, 28th, 29th, 30, 31, 1. Like 4 or 5 days from now. Yeah, I could do one. Could certainly do that. Probably will. You're so tired of not sleeping. The rent's due. That's how I pay the rent, with playing. The landlord comes over and I play them a song with the PA, and they said, "Good enough. I am satisfied with this for the rent." So it's 3 a.m. in New Jersey. Well, what I find is that when I can't sleep, or even when I can sleep, I generally sleep best during the day. I don't know. There's something about insomnia where it's like somehow you stop fighting it when it's during the daytime and you sleep better. But also, it's good to have uh, it's good to have a general attention to SI stuff to help you sleep. Like when you're feeling like you're not sleepy, but it would be good to sleep, instead of focusing on going to sleep, first focus on eating some food, getting full, then take a nice shower to get your muscles kind of loosened up, then get into bed. Trump won, and I know it. I do know it. It's true. I can't. I have my son, so you can't sleep during the day. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you should just get the doctor to prescribe you some fentanyl. Show a can abs. I don't have a lot to show right now. I need to get another jar of it. Yeah, this looks like this. Just some cannabis that I grew in my backyard. It's kind of super dried out, so it's not super well manicured. Doctors have done everything. I don't know, man. I'll tell you. Maybe if you went on a hike, go camping in the mountain, take your sons with you, and just hike until you're tired. Set up the tent. Maybe with all the fresh air and exercise and being outside and stuff, maybe you'll sleep well there. Yeah, it's legal here in California. And I've been smoking weed for a long time. I have a testicle that's ascending and causing extreme pain. What's the diagnosis? Go to the doctor? I don't know. I don't know anything about testicle problems like that. You ordered some plant seeds and growing them right now. Cool, Dustin Peely. I want to get some different seeds for this upcoming year. I'll grow the same 5 that I grew last year, but I'll get a few new ones as well. Because, I didn't exhaust my supply of the seeds I got before, but am I lifting heavy laundry? Oh, maybe you got, so I think what Goals is saying is maybe you have what's it called? Hernia. A hernia. It wouldn't have occurred to me to think of that until girls linked it to the lifting thing. That might be the case. You might have a hernia. They're all harvested now. They're long harvested. I grew outdoors, so um, we harvested starting at the very end of August / beginning of September, and then straight through until the end of October, depending on the strain. They came mature at different times, but they're all harvested now. You're gonna smoke too? All right. Well, then I'll pull a ball too. Bro is kind of cute. You talking about me? My preferred pronoun is Brozovic. Can you tell Rachel about the channel that the lady was sleeping and people were stopping? Well, I mean, I think Rachel's asleep right now. I don't really want to go wake her up. People were stopping and dropping likes. Yeah, I guess people like the fact that somebody's just living their life unedited, maybe on camera. I have live streamed plenty. I don't think I've spent much time live streaming while asleep, but maybe it's happened on occasion. I'm not quite as I'm maybe not quite as engaged with it as I once was with live streaming. I still live stream plenty all the time and so forth, but I kind of see it as an indulgent, semi waste of time, a little bit better than PlayStation 5, but not that much. It's better because it does. Other people seem to. There are some people who seem to be pleased that it's here and to enjoy hanging out with me and such, and I appreciate that. You know, I don't mean to be dissing our shared experience here. I'm just saying maybe there was a time when I could fool myself into thinking it was kind of productive because maybe the channel would grow and accomplish something someday. It's difficult for me to feel that way now, I guess. I've been doing it for such a long time with so little meaningful change in things. I mean, granted, things are different nowadays a little bit. The other day I was here and there were something like 50 people here fairly frequently for hours worth of the streams I was painting, even though I wasn't even really engaging with the chat at all. I was just painting. Probably it was a good day to stream because I think it was Christmas Day. Is this the end? Not as far as I know, not right this second, but pretty soon. So I'm trying to feel pretty tired. Man. Oh. Bagel-ty, 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 boo. Bagel-ty, bagel, boo, bagel. I can reach the ceiling with a roller, that's true. I mean, I could go over there tonight and hammer out a little bit more painting work for bread. I'm not sure if I quite have the energy to do it or not, but it's not a bad use of time. It's pleasant enough, and feels like I'm getting something worthwhile done. Was this an experiment from your regular routine? I'm not sure what you mean by that. The hot ones are the worst silent killers. I assume you're talking about lava rocks. The cold black ones are fine, but the hot ones are the silent killers. They're the worst. Is it sativa? I mostly am. I mostly am smoking sativa or sativa heavy hybrids. I've got a kind of 50-50 hybrid called Cherry Pie. I've got Jack Herrera, Super Skunk, Northern Lights, and Gorilla Glue number 4. No, G, we're talking about lava. Get it right. I guess. I don't have any cigarettes, is the thing. I'm out of cigarettes, so I just need to go to bed or else go all the way to like the casino or Merced to get cigarettes. Which is quite a drive. Like if I try to get cigarettes right now, we're looking at a bare minimum of an hour, 45-minute long round trip to get cigarettes. Pretty crazy, you know. It's a bad idea driving right now. I'm just saying the nearest place to me that's open that sells cigarettes, because there's nothing open in the county right now at all, basically. And maybe there's one place in town the that's open still. Maybe a couple of bars or something that are open, but they don't sell cigarettes. So I'd have to go to either the casino, which is past Course Gold, a little bit past Course Gold, close to an hour away. They would have cigarettes for sale all night long. And or I could go to down the hill the other way to Merced. They have 7-Eleven and stuff in Merced. But no, there's no 7-Elevens in the county. And nor are there any 7-Elevens in Oakhurst or in Coarse Gold, which are the closest towns in Madera County. There is a 7-Eleven and other plenty of such stuff in Merced County, but that's a little further than the casino, but a little bit of an easier drive. You know. The thing is, if what I'm gonna do instead, first of all, I have butts in the garage. Like, I have some large butts that I can smoke until for between now and when I go to get more cigarettes. But then, if I wait until the morning, I can get more cigarettes at the Bootjack Market, which is just like we're talking about then a 40-minute round trip rather than an hour and 45-minute round trip. You just watered your plant, it is not sprouted yet. Will yours reproduce bud? Well, it depends on if it's a female or not, right? So if your plant sprouts and it turns out that it's a female, then eventually, I mean, it's like if you're sprouting it right now, are you planning on growing it under lights or what? Because it's not the right time of year to grow it outside. If you try to, if it's sprouted now and then you try to move it outside and grow it outside, even if it didn't freeze to death because you live in a temperate zone, then it would still go immediately into budding cycle, which you don't want it to do until it gets to a certain size, or else you're just going to have like one bud, you know. If you're growing it under lights, then um, when you determine it's time to sex it slash put it into budding cycle or whatever, then you have to look at it and see if it comes out starting to grow hairs, in which case it's a bud, or if it has little balls, which turn into flowers, little white flowers, that's a male. You're stopping with the Coke, trying to be calmer. I don't know who won the Utah Jazz versus Boston Celtics game. I'm unaware of the answer to that question. I don't know. So, I think that I'm gonna wrap this up. I'm gonna try to go to bed, get some more sleep, and maybe get up in the morning tomorrow with the idea that I will get the painting of more painting done. You know, get some more hours put into painting the other house. In the interim, I got fruit punch and purple heads and granity purple. Which ones are them? That, I mean, that's not. No matter what the strain, you'll get males and females. If you have seeds that you just get from a plant that's growing seeds. The thing is, if you get plants from a seed bank that you bought the plants from, like I got it from Seed Supreme, um, then they're feminized seeds, which means unless something goes wrong, it should always come out to be a female plant. But you know, if you are getting seeds that say somebody they came out of somebody's homegrown or something, then probably their female plants got fertilized by a male plant. They either didn't separate them soon enough, or somebody nearby had a male plant going, and or there are naturally occurring males nearby in some capacity. Because in some states there's naturally occurring hemp. Toby Morgan Athletics, do you remember me? Your name seems familiar, yeah. Dash Glitch does music tutorials. That's what mine are, what you said. Feminized? If they're feminized, then you don't have to worry about it. They'll all be females, unless something. Sometimes you get an occasional male seed in there, but it should all be females. In which case, you don't need to sex them. But if you see a plant that ends up having little white flowers on it, then that's a male. They'll start off as little hanging down balls, and then they will turn into white flowers. So, okay, I'm going to wrap it up. I want to see if I can get some good sleep. Thanks all for being here. Probably live streaming again tomorrow. Hopefully, while getting some painting done. Until then, hasta la vista.